Hey, Silver.
Hey, now you've started it.
Yeah, that's better.
Yes.
I want to change the I want to change the guest to six because like the over talking is just annoying me.
Oof, yes.
Hang on, I see you, Jay. Y'all just tap the screen, and once I get to 1K, I'm gonna open up the panel.
Let's tap the screen and let us know in the comments what you think of the background before you come up. Let's discuss it.
I don't like that either. Y'all know exactly what a YT man is. Stop playing.
Right? No, little Dicky.
Like they know exactly what it is because they spend enough time in here asking the same questions and making the same statements when they think nobody is looking. You see that? Why not just say white like a color is a slur?
Bro, bro, little Dicky, you gonna come up here?
Why don't you ask the fragile YT men?
Ask the fragile whitey men at TikTok why the color white is a slur. So why are whitey men so fragile?
No offense, little Dicky, but I don't trust your cooking.
Go tell that to TikTok. Go fight TikTok about that. John!
I told y'all if you want to come up, tap the screen. Once we hit 1K likes, you can come up. And to the person that asked, do we hate YT people? The answer is no, we do not.
No, just you. But anyway,
Oh. But women like that. That's some like incel red pill bullshit right there.
and Jackie Jackal, this is not what race baiting is. Good lord.
It's not like we have a background that says, we want to talk about cupcakes. And then you come up here and we're like, ah, ha, ha, just kidding, you're a racist. We're talking about race. Like, come on, it's not race baiting.
So, gold, silver, lead in the comments. Um, the YT men in the comments care.
They act like race hasn't been an issue since day one. Like we we said all men were created equal, and then we continued race based chattel slavery. Like, what are you talking about, man? We continued to we continued to enslave people based on their skin color, in 1776. And that actually went on into the 1940s. So it's kind of crazy that you're going, whoa, why is it all about race? When throughout this country's history, it's always been about race.
Did you
Sorry,
just get Did you? Oh, you
Listen,
talked to me.
listen to this. Listen to this, Silver. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results because Silver St. Cloud does
Yep.
not comply with our community guidelines.
I got 2 of those. Like, what did I say? Who did I hurt you guys that bad? Is there so much? Come
Says
up
the
here.
restriction will be removed once they are disconnected. Reason,
Oh,
discussing rugs or other regulated substances.
the fragility. Oh my gosh.
John's here.
Can you come back on your other
Yeah,
account?
yeah. Let me go get my backup. Let me go appeal
Okay.
this and get my backup. I'll be right back.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is so funny. Oh my gosh.
I'll send you some, Dylan. Dylan, I'll send you some since you want. There, Dylan. There's the cat you're getting, Dylan. Just for you.
Gosh, let me. I'm trying to bring people up.
Okay.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Hang on a second. Dylan J, can y'all mute your mic real quick? I just don't want any
Um,
extra feedback. All right,
the reason,
Little Dick, go
the
ahead.
reason, the reason why you guys could have gotten a strike, it could have been an auto strike because the AI moderation could have been acting up. And if
No,
you
it's
use
because I
a,
bet you were reporting.
no, I
Yes.
wasn't. I bet that on,
Yeah.
I put that on my wife. I put that on my wife.
The one that you don't have?
No, I do. What are you talking about? Nah,
Red
nah,
Grammy, can you just like moderate the panel for like a minute? I'll be right back. You can still
I'm not
talk,
trying to say
Little.
anything. I'm not trying to start anything. I'm being 100% honest. It could have been an auto strike because the platform, because AI moderation could have been tweaking, and if it detects that you're using an alternative account, it could permaban you.
Do you have anything to say on the topic?
Um, I
What? No? Okay,
do,
you can mute.
no, I do.
What's that?
I just have to say, do you guys just like hate men? Like,
Honey, do I hate men? No.
genuine
You
question,
pause
right?
to think about it, but the answer is no.
Like every time I see y'all pop up on my FYP, it's always something about white men. Like
That's not true. I
every
mean,
every
are you talking
every
about the live I held asking if size matters? And maybe that made you feel some type of way?
I didn't see that one.
Gen X, who are you
Um,
calling a dude?
This guy has been, we've talked to this guy.
dude just means friend.
Yeah, and I'm not that, so
Yeah, the host knows what dude means.
exactly. I asked
I
Grammy to keep an eye because I had to step away.
And I was trying, but I couldn't hear very good because of the train. And he was breaking up just a tad, I think.
There you are.
Are y'all saying all white men are weak?
Sir,
It doesn't say weak, it says fragile.
either get to your point or
Yeah,
what?
because there's like other people on the panel.
I just have to say something. Fucking nigger!
How'd I know?
Finally. Wait, don't remove them so fast.
Didn't do it.
We got to report him.
Right, I didn't get to do anything.
Wasn't me.
I don't have that power.
I know, because you would abuse it. That's why you don't have it.
Wait a minute, we talked about this. I said I wouldn't do that.
Ron. You know what? I'm going to host a live and I am just going to let you mute people. I will even antagonize the crap out of them just so you can mute them. Because I think you need a good, just a good rage, just rawr.
That's the cooking he was talking about for so long. And still no seasoning. All right, moving on. Jay.
I'm here. Hello.
You're a little low, Jay.
What's that?
You were a little low. Can't hear you very good.
Oh, this better?
Yes.
Sorry. So, what's the point of all of it? Is it just,
Are you going to address the background or did you come up to ask questions?
you want me to address why are white men so fragile?
Well, that's the background.
Well, I guess I find, all right.
Because, we could ask,
don't know,
there's plenty of people who have opinions on
I
it.
got to define fragility.
We're not
the
doing
black
the
community suffers
define
the
stuff.
problem
You
from a lot
know,
of blackness problems.
Jay.
I would
I don't
define
want
that
to
as
have to
pretty
mute you,
fragile.
Jay. I
Sorry.
don't want to have to mute you. Okay.
I speak the
We're
truth.
not going to do this define stuff and get all dictionary technical. You know exactly what the background is
You want
asking.
your
You
conversation
know
to go your way
exactly
and
what
the
the
other
back.
conversation.
It's the host's
This is just an argumentative
conversation.
bullshit. You're
Stop
laughing.
Jay.
talking over
It
Graham.
is the host's conversation. There are other men who will address it if you can't. There's also plenty of women and femme presenting people who have opinions, real solid opinions from literal research and stuff as to why men are so fragile, specifically white men. This is the same thing y'all do on any other background. You want to come up and question instead of addressing the background. Why is that? Could it be all the fragility?
It could be.
'Cause all men are fragile. Let's be clear, but white men are particularly fragile.
Why are white men so fragile? I don't get it. What's
Yeah, I
going
don't
on?
know why you just started talking. It's not even your turn.
Because I want.
Go on mute. Right. Dylan was next.
Hey, thank you. How's it going?
This isn't a comedy show.
Oh, okay. Why are white men so fragile? Come on, guys. We all know why white men are fragile.
Because you don't get laid?
Exactly. John knows. I knew John knew about this.
You know. I got
John,
a wife.
you know. You said it, John. You know. You know exactly what you're talking about,
I was
John.
talking about you.
White
I
men.
have a wife.
Huh?
I have a wife. I get it.
Are you
don't.
white?
I'm white.
You can't be white. He's not a real white man.
I can't be a real white.
Are you white?
Oh my
John's
God!
white? Oh my God, John.
John is white.
Where's your wife at, John?
Wait.
My
Grammy,
wife is in the living room.
hang on a second.
Let's go see her.
Wait, it's not
Grammy.
on the bingo card. That needs to be added if it's not. I'm here. What? Are
Do
you
you know
adding
what
it
we
right
have
now?
here?
I want a square that says John's white.
Do you know what we have here? Hey,
You
wait a
have one?
second. Dylan, are you white?
Oh, I'm of course I'm white. Do I sound a different race?
I
Come
just
on.
wanted to make sure. I didn't want to jump to,
How
It
can you
sound like a different
conclusions.
sound a race?
How do you
Yeah,
sound like
exactly. That's what I'm. Yeah, I don't know. I just sound white. I thought I was always told
Okay,
that
you
I
can
sound
go and
white.
mute real quick. I'm trying to say something. You too, John. Hey, Grammy.
Yes.
I think we have some white on white crime.
Oh. Let's watch. You got your popcorn?
Yes.
Okay. I'm almost home and I'm going to get mine.
I got my bingo card.
In the meantime, I'm going to tap. Oh, here, there's another bingo space. I don't know if you see them twisting our words in there, or twisting my words specifically in the chat, but I think that's on the bingo card
Yeah.
too. If not, it should
They
be.
tried to make out that
Mhm.
you were saying that black people are
Yeah.
inferior.
Right, right. But we've all heard me say it a million times and know exactly what I was saying. Like, there's probably tons of videos out there.
Right. But Dylan and John, go ahead. We'll mute.
We're waiting.
I will even mute too.
Oh yeah, this guy was in the comments saying I don't get any cat. Okay, well I'm married. How about you?
No, I'm not married, John.
Cuties.
I'm white. I can't be married. What are you talking about, bro?
What the hell does that mean?
Bro, what are you talking about, bro? We can't have wives. We are white, bro.
What are you talking about?
Don't you remember? Weren't you here earlier when that guy was talking? I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have interrupted on the white on white crime, but were you here earlier when that guy was talking, or was that yesterday? So melanated, when the guy was talking about how men really want to be in relationships with other men, and they want those relationships to be like recognized so that they can get like benefits and stuff, because they don't want to have wives. They just want to get the benefits, and so
That's
they want
exactly-
to be able to
you're
get
exactly right, Grammy.
like relationship benefits with their buddies, because they don't really like women. They just want the cat. That's what he's saying.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. She knows. Grammy knows. Thank you, Grammy.
It's the red pill. I can't be an alpha male mentality. It's one of my favorites.
Look at you coming back up with the new profile pic.
Ow, ow. I had to. I got what was the ban for? It wasn't even a ban. I could go live, but the audience had to be restricted because I'm so mouthy.
What?
Right.
For real. She or they, so Melanated got a warning, and I got the warning that said if I'm on a panel, the audience has to be restricted.
Wow.
Because she doesn't follow the rules.
You bad girl.
I'm a rebel, y'all.
I don't
Lady Carson Silver.
Patient.
Why are YT so envied by who? Who's
Right?
envying YT? Ugh. So
I've been
Dylan,
out in
what's
the
your-
sun all day. I can assure you I am not envious of any other race.
At all.
I've got
Listen,
second-degree
I don't.
burns.
Yeah, I was gonna
Do
say we
you
just
really,
had
John?
an emergency in our house, and we had to get Grammy to help us because my son had a sunburn so bad. It is nothing to be proud of.
And they know what YT means.
I have a chalk white nephew who has been through that experience himself.
I think that's the same guy that asked earlier, what does YT stand for? They know.
Yeah.
Clap it out. I've heard somebody else say that before.
Why? Like, come on. How are we giving the answer that YT stands for YouTube? It's YouTube people.
Curious if the search for secretarial shorthand has gone up on Google as of late, because that's truly what it is. And I try to explain that to people and they don't believe me, I don't think, but when they go to Google it, I think they're going to find that I'm correct.
Neo, we're talking about with your fifis. Fragile white men. Fragile in their fifis.
You know, like the
God,
kind
I
of
was about to do it, but I changed my mind.
fragile women. Is that what that person said in the comments? Do you know we give birth? Like, you guys can't even stub your toes without crying.
Oh, hi, Diego. I keep forgetting that Diego is back. You know what it is, right? Because to be honest, out of like every guest that we've had on the panel, he's the one with the most impulse control. So like I never have to mute his mic.
Because I think that Diego has realized they'll get a chance to speak.
Right.
You just stay muted.
Men take pain better, prove it.
No, they do not. Every bit of research is going to prove that wrong. All you have to do is go look. Women handle pain way, way, way better than men do.
I bet you Neo thinks he's an alpha. I bet you he thinks he took the red pill and he thinks that we're still living in the Matrix.
Biden isn't money. What are you talking about?
Who's that?
Who is they?
Prove it, Neo.
I had to put this back up there because, you know. If you go with Trump, you're racist.
Can you guys see the picture all the way? I only see, I don't see the S. I see half the O. I see no S, and then it stops at the O on jobs.
Does it?
Yeah, but I think it's because we're in 6 motion instead of, or in 7 motion instead of 9 or whatever.
Yeah, let me try 9 and see if that.
Whatever the way it normally is.
Oh, don't put me next to Dylan. Ew.
Mess with it until I get it right. 'Cause I never know. Till people tell me to stop messing with it.
No, I think it's the same.
Oh, it is the same.
Unless I try the panel.
Oh, that might be it. Like the toggle switch thing. It used to be a toggle switch. I don't know what it is now.
No, that doesn't work either. It's worse.
Yeah, but if you put it back to the other, like with the boxes separated like no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's only 5 boxes. So 6.
Okay, you want to flirt?
So is that the grid or fixed panel?
I think this is
Be
fit.
quiet, Dylan.
Sure.
You're right next to me. Don't talk until you move.
Yeah, you knew it.
So which one is it?
I think this is fixed. I'm not sure which one's which.
Can
Nope, that did it too. 1, 2,
Can I
3,
say something?
4, 5, 6. I think when it maybe in 6 boxes, you gotta format it differently. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. We know what it says. People coming in know what it says. They ain't even gonna read it anyway. They never do.
So men are stronger because they grape women, Neo. That's what you're saying.
Wouldn't that make them weaker? So not only can they not get women, but they have to go and like force it. That makes them weaker, right?
That's really gross.
Hey, John.
Actually, somebody screenshot that stuff real quick and then I'll do it.
Wait, did somebody get the screenshot? Because I can't see anything.
I'm gonna get it. Hang on. I'm getting it right now.
Aiden said something about Biden dropped out. Cry about it. We're not crying about it. Kamala's gonna destroy Trump in a debate. I can't wait to see that.
Okay, you can block him. I'm getting the comments now. Don't mute the comments yet though. Just block him.
Yes, she is, Aiden. She's gonna destroy that old man. And all that crap you were talking about Biden being old. Now guess who's 30 years younger? Yeah, Kamala Harris. She's gonna destroy him in a debate.
Yeah, I don't have the energy for that conversation.
Got him almost got
The
him.
neglect one.
No, not everybody. Conservatives have been bashing her. Who cares? We know that, a lot of people full of hate.
Aiden, what are you
Really?
talking about?
Okay, got him.
Hold on a second, guys. DAM3XXX in the comments said, less than 9 hours, Harris will become president due to the 25th Amendment. Ooh, wow. Is that really going on? Oh, the conservatives will be crying in their Cheerios. Wow. Thank you for saying that. I did not know that. Oh, he just joined back in. I did not know that. So in less than 9 hours? Ooh. Kamala's gonna be president? All the conservatives will be crying.
Watch out, you just stepped in dog shit. That's gonna be all over your shoe. That is gonna be fucking
Hi, Grammy.
a mess to clean up.
Hi, Grammy. We hear you.
Oh, sorry, he just stepped in dog shit.
So is that like a preemptive threat? Like in that many hours that Biden is going to be, harmed?
Oh, I didn't even think of that. Oh, Jesus. You think that's what he's
Yeah,
saying?
I think that's what he was saying, just for clarification.
I think that when we look at the pushback from the Republican Party in wanting to keep Biden running and not allow Kamala to run is because the right absolutely knows that Kamala will win. And they are so afraid that they are attacking with all they have.
Someone said something, oh, you don't fact check anything, John. Dude, I'm literally in a live right now. How am I gonna fact check that? Jesus. That was someone in the comments who said that, not me.
Oh, Eddie. Oh, are you fragile? Do you not like when I speak? It's okay. So fragile. Oh no, Grammy.
Do we need to send him baby bottles?
I know what the 25th Amendment is, and that's what I meant. We would have to use it if something happened to the president. She would have to be sworn in as president. Poor Eddie is so fragile.
Yes, YT stands for yucky toddlers. Toddlers are disgusting, especially when they're 45 years old.
They're not, Eddie, if you want. Wait, who are you speaking to? See, he's quiet now.
Does Eddie not understand that only they are in control of their phone and that if they want something to stop, they can scroll out or close the app or better yet, close their phone?
Don't you mean the Republican Party, Aiden?
My mom always taught me other people's opinions of me is none of my business. I don't care what Republicans think or anybody else.
No offense, Silver.
Yeah, no offense.
I accept all the offense.
Oh, please.
I
You
care
were
a
short
little
by
bit.
2 letters. That's YOU''RE, Aiden.
You can download free college textbooks at OpenStax, STAX.org. OpenStax.org.
Yeah, I don't think that they can read college textbooks.
I was going to say they also offer junior high, grade school, and high school, but I didn't want to say that, but yeah, they do.
Eddie, if you want to come back up, you have to pay.
Yo, yo, yo.
True. What are your thoughts?
Alright, so can I get like a hypothetical kind of?
Hang on a second. Hey, Aiden, we can correct you on more than just your spelling. Yeah, oppressors can be fragile as well. It's part of the reason why they oppress. But okay, go ahead, True.
Alright, so have any of you ever had like a little sibling or like a little cousin, nephew that like just keeps hitting you in the same spot, right?
No.
Alright, so basically it's like if they punch you like once, it's not gonna hurt. But if they punch you in the same time like 50 times, it's just gonna start hurting, you know? And basically the point I'm getting at is like when someone's constantly on your piece, like it gets fragile, you know?
Aiden, that's racist. Right, go ahead, True. I'm sorry.
What?
So what are
Oh,
your
don't mind Aiden. He's just white womaning. Go on.
Mhm.
What did Aiden do?
So what are your thoughts on the background?
I just told you my thoughts.
Oh, okay. That's all you got?
I mean, I'm open for a rebuttal, but as for now, like nobody said anything about what I said to have any sort of, you get what I'm saying?
You want us to engage with what you said?
I mean, I could just go on yapping if that's what you like.
You want us
But
to talk about your fragile penis?
no, that's not what I said. I'm not even white man, so like
Why are
it
you?
doesn't even have
Oh my
anything to do
God.
with me.
Can okay, I don't understand why all of these non-white men are coming up here defending white men.
Why do you think?
Am I missing something?
What do you mean?
Is this like your grinder ad? Is this how you advertise for them to let them know you're available? Is this your way of like showing your
That's like
grinder?
that's like saying you wouldn't defend like an Indian woman because you're not an Indian woman. Like, what are you talking about? It's like the same thing.
Would I talk about racism? Yeah. But if I saw that somebody was fragile, I wouldn't give a shit. Because fragility is whitey.
I
We own
mean,
that. We own it like it is our job.
I feel like it's more YT woman than YT men, if we're really being
You feel
honest.
like it. That's the way you feel.
Yeah,
Yeah. You feel that white women are fragile.
more than white men, yeah.
So you think our penises are fragile too? Like yours?
I'm not white man, so once again, I never said that,
Oh,
but I think it's
Well, you
that.
came up here talking about white men's penises, and what we're talking about is the fragility of white men.
it's kind
Yeah.
of weird. Kind of weird.
They have nothing
Are
at
you
all to do
Cherokee?
with their penises. TikTok, this is educational purposes only.
Enough with
Everyone
the
say
penis.
hashtag
Let's
TikTok.
talk about real stuff.
Hashtag
What's the
TikTok
argument
shop
here?
in the comments. Here's this fragile
You.
guy's attempt at dissuading us from having this conversation and from me preventing the live from being in any kind of trouble. Go ahead, everybody, put F1s in the chat. Hashtag TikTok shop. We love TikTok. And go ahead and tap those screens because we're only at 3.3K likes. There's 41 people in here. It is 10:06. If we are not at least 7,000 likes by a quarter after, the comments are going off.
So I have a question. So I thought penises were real,
Are you
right?
talking about me?
No, the guy who came in, and I'll wait because I know the host wants to address him, but they said that, penises weren't real. So I swore they were. This guy's got a fragile one. Or has a white, maybe there's a white guy that has a fragile one that you want to talk about. True? No?
Hey, Melanie. You remember when I told you, was it you I told about how I would have students stand up at the beginning of the live, or at the beginning of the live, at the beginning of class and say like those words to get all their giggles out? Maybe that's what, like, sometimes we just need to, like, apparently they want to talk about penises. So maybe we should just start giving them all, like, a couple minutes to, like, get their alpha jackrabbit penis talk off their chests, and then maybe they can have real, sincere, honest conversations.
Can't have an honest conversation with a person who bleeds out their vagina every month. Women are more fragile than any man on this earth.
Wait, who does that?
Wait a minute, you don't think the fact that we bleed out of our vagina for a week every
You're
month
too
and
emotional.
still
You're too
live?
emotional and
You
fragile.
don't, sir.
You're
You're
too
not
emotional.
going to get me worked up. I've been worked up by bigger, better men than you. I'm sorry. It's not going to work. If you think that makes us fragile, you're mistaken. It
Sure
actually
does.
makes us very strong. Think about that. We're damn near
You get
bleeding
emotional
to
every.
death and we're not dead yet. I would be scared of that if I were you. I would be damn near terrified because if you had to deal with what we have to deal
Put me
with,
on mute, bitch.
you would not be able to survive it. And you can call
There
me
it goes.
here in a minute. I'm going to unmute you and you'll be able to call me all the bitches and hoes and whatever TikTok educational language. F1 in the chat. Hashtag TikTok shop. Shout out to your
Big
ice
Ned.
maker. Here in a minute, you'll be able to call me all the names you like. We're going to go ahead and get our screen recorders ready first, though. Go
Fragile
ahead,
woman.
everybody, get your screen recorders ready so that we can make sure we get this guy's voice. Make sure you clip that picture and go to his page and clip anything that's got anything identifying. Any cars that have maybe license plates showing, maybe pictures that he's dumb enough to leave on his profile. Go ahead and go do all of that, and then I'm going to unmute him so that we can record that and put it with all those pictures and stuff all over the internet. Go ahead now, Colton. Have fun. I'll mute for it. I'll even mute for you.
I don't know if that was supposed to be intimidating or whatnot, but it sure wasn't. And it just goes to show how emotional women can really get.
Colton, no. It was just a simple promise. I know how these lives work. I know how the people in these lives work. I'm just giving you, just kind of fair forewarning is all. Go ahead, Colton. The floor is yours. Call me all the names you want. I can handle it.
I'm not going to call you names, but it just
Listen,
bottles in the
my
chat.
shoulders are way bigger than yours. I have
called
shoulders like my daddy, and I can handle the weight of the world. So go ahead, Colton. There's not one thing you're going to say that's going to get me out of character. And I hope none of my friends get out of character either. Go for it, Colton.
I mean, you must be out of character. You know what I mean? You won't let me talk. You keep putting me
Baby
on
bottles
mute.
in the chat for Colton. Can we
Yep.
get him some baby bottles so he may be a whoopee for him?
Give me them baby bottles, mommy.
He's a little struggling. It's
Nowhere.
okay.
No point in that. That's not going to get anywhere in the debate.
AC.
Why are you speaking?
Oh,
No one
Ava.
has addressed you yet.
Oh, I'm
So,
waiting. Trust me.
Not a debate. This is not a debate space.
I'm pretty sure this goes to show that women are more fragile, correct?
Well,
You're the one who
you
keeps
just proved
unmuting.
otherwise.
You keep unmuting. You keep over talking people. You seem like you can't handle your emotions, Colton.
Well, no, because I'm talking and then the women speak over me. So I think that's what's happening, John. And then I get
Actually,
muted.
you're the one
I
that
get
speaks
muted.
over me.
And then there we go. See, this is what I'm talking about. This,
No, my
But she's a
friend,
mod.
I can speak over you. I
She's a
can
mod.
touch
She's
you.
allowed to.
You don't get to speak over everybody and then cry about getting spoken over, Colton. Suck on your bottle, be quiet, and grow the fuck up.
Hey, let's everybody just calm down. Let's
Lando,
get back
stop
to the
being so
topic, right?
sensitive.
Let's all put our emotions aside and let's get back to the prompt. Why are white men so fragile?
Shit.
So the question, let's stick to the question. White men and fragility.
Do you address
So-
them, so melanated? Were you addressing them?
hey,
Wait, what?
Grammy, I have a question for Grammy.
Grammy doesn't owe you any answers to
Let's
anything.
forget the questions,
Okay.
right? Let's stick to the prompt, okay?
Well, I thought we were talking
So
about why
what
white.
is the argument of white men being fragile? Just one point. In what context? Is it the fragility of the
Colton's
whole
behavior
idea
is
of
the
white
point.
men?
Colton's
Colton
behavior
Or is it
is
all
Colton
white
is our
men?
example.
Did you not see his
Okay.
behavior?
I think Colton just got a little emotional with the idea or the argument of what was going on and kind of maybe hit him as a man himself and probably speaks for a lot of other men because they deal with these things,
Fragile.
right?
Because it's fragile.
Well, I feel like
We take
everybody's fragile
criticism.
for things they
We
care
take
about, right?
criticism from each other all the time. I
I
criticize.
mean, we've
Silver
caused
every
wars
day.
for
He
religion.
criticizes
I
me
think we
every
are very
day.
fragile.
That's what we do, right? But men
Yes.
can't take that criticism. Colton couldn't even mute, but yet a real man like John remains muted and does not speak over women and femme presenting people.
Yeah, and I feel like it's not even women or men. I think it's just speaking over people in general. I feel like we all lost that respect because now we look at everything as sex or race based, but I feel like we should look at each other as humans and intellect and education and what we have to offer. So putting that all aside, I'd say, what is the
Oh
fragility
my
of white
God.
men? Like, why are we saying white men are
Let me
fragile?
rebut you, please. Give me a second.
Yeah, of
to
course.
rebut you. Put a bubble in your mouth real quick. All right. So you said what the last point was something yada yada, don't see color. And your point comes from a place of whitey privilege. You have the privilege to say we should put these concepts down that govern our life and look at each other just as people. not understanding that the Black community does not have that power. Because when we look at the systems that are in place currently, the systems that we don't have to talk about because they don't affect us in the same way.
Hmm.
So we can't look at it that way. That's a very privileged perspective and a
So what?
dangerous
Oh, sorry,
ideology.
sorry.
It's white privilege.
Okay. So as a white person, what privilege do you have more every day than, for example, a black
Absolutely.
woman?
I'm glad you asked because when we look at the word privileged in this context, we're not looking at something that you're going to get handed that you get to put in your pocket. We're going to
Hmm.
show that while you have obstacles in life, because we all know white people can be poor, they can be born into a lower
Very poor.
class and not, I'm sorry, you're speaking over me. That bubble is
Sorry.
really helpful in this point. All right. So when we look at these systems, all right, we know that white people can struggle, they can have hardships in life, but none of those obstacles and none of those hardships will be based on the color of their skin. And that is what, no more or less, is white privilege.
But honestly, I understand that. I do understand that white people have a very high, and not only white men, white women as well. I mean, we look at Asian countries and they posterize white people because of their conqueror's nature, not nature, but of what they had to do back then in times, right? So I feel like they've earned a kind of, not earned, but they paved and took over a kind of way that they stand above because they brought civilization. They've created what we have today. And not only them, but a bunch of races combined together. And I feel like the anger of what's happening now, I really wouldn't say feel, I know it, I see it. I see that there is a certain race in, let's say we're talking America, right? There was one race that has been here for hundreds of years, or let's say, around that time, right? And is still being held back by the same ideas that are not even in place anymore. And then you see
Who's that?
immigrants from other countries come to this same
Land
country
the plane,
and are
please.
expanding above them. So why are white people only targeting, let's say, black people, but Asians, Indians, Mexicans are thriving? So who's really getting held back? Is it a race thing,
No,
or
you
is
gotta
it
hold on. You
the
asked the question.
certain,
Pause up.
the
You asked the
certain?
Why are you
question. Go
talking
ahead
over
and
him?
pause up.
He didn't finish.
Great, thank you. Aiden, he finished. He asked his question and he tried to go in and answer his own question. And that's not how we do things here. So let's go ahead and look at what he's saying. Because when we look at the structure of America that he's talking about and the big rigmarole dance that he did around all of the races, what he's talking about is race realism. And he's using the model minority myth when we're talking about the white supremacist ideology. And the ideology, which is known as race realism. Race realism is the ideology that the Black community cannot have a higher cognitive brain function than the white community, and the white community cannot have a higher brain function than the Asian community. So that's why we get people from India and Asians and people who uphold white supremacist ideologies will use them saying that biologically speaking, they are superior to. And that shows and highlights, they believe, the disparity in the Black community. But we know that that myth, that white supremacist colonizer ideology is nothing more than racism. It's not real. It wasn't ordained by God. It's bullshit. The idea that the Black community can't have a higher brain function cognitively, that they can take more damage physically, that they're more aggressive, they can take higher amounts of pain. And through all of the structures that America is founded on, because you said that these structures are no longer in place. And if you go to the link tree in my bio, the source that says deconstructing racism, you're actually going to see quite a bit of information on the structures that are in place currently today that uphold that white supremacist ideology.
I mean, I'd like to go and say that I didn't specifically say anything about biological. I don't even believe in that as anything. Some people who believe blue eyes people are going to be more
Have to
successful,
say
more
it.
smarter, and educated than brown-eyed people.
You don't
There's-
have to say it out loud to infer it.
Hang on a
I
second.
get
I'm
that,
just gonna,
but I
yeah,
was saying that.
yeah. See, this is why you get muted. Right. So I'm about to say something to the ibuprofen, this person, right? How can I be losing an argument if I'm not even involved in a conversation? Do you know how ridiculous you look saying that? So now, disowners, if I
Yeah,
start
back
to
to
say
it. I'm saying
something,
that you brought in
why are you speaking
biological and
over me?
real racism because
No, that's
you
not
brought
happening.
in some.
Like, I know you hear me speaking. If I start speaking and anyone is still speaking, that person is going to get muted. It's as
Oh, sorry,
simple
I
as
didn't
that.
know it was. I didn't know that. Sorry about that. I thought you were in the group thing. I didn't. I thought you were talking with me. I just wanted to say that I did
I'm just
not
saying, I'm
mention
making
that
this, yeah, you're
biology
doing it
was part
now.
of.
Yeah.
And you're doing it
So,
again.
right. So I'm saying for anybody, if I'm speaking and anyone on the panel starts speaking, they are going to get muted.
You sound pretty fragile to me.
Well, considering that you're obsessed with my sexuality, I think you're the one that sounds fragile.
You're nah, it just makes you people mad.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
so. Like
You
so.
people?
Right?
Yeah, you people.
You're just
Like
mad
so.
because you're not wanted.
You people.
Who's you
Yeah,
people?
exactly. And it's because of you, more women, white women in particular, are realizing that they're lesbians, and there's people like me that have to teach them what to do.
Oh shit.
No, it's people like you that are brainwashing people like those white women to be faggots. Hey, and John Brown, you're a sorry feminine fuck who is a suck up to these
Aw,
old ass
so
women.
you are fragile.
Oh, don't worry,
What a
Medusa. This is
what a
getting
puss.
clipped.
But I wasn't I was the fragile one when y'all were
Yeah,
muting me, right?
you were you're fragile
Yeah,
now
you were
too.
crying in the comments.
I
Yeah.
think
Yeah,
constantly
you are.
pointing out a race and constantly badgering them and then expecting a reaction does not cause for fragility. I think it calls for defense. And I feel like if there's an argument and something specific,
So
then we
You
should
sound
probably
fragile
talk about
too.
that instead of just muting me while I'm
disownership.
talking. I feel like
Disownership.
this whole thing
Disownership.
It's
You
always
know,
super
disownership.
I feel. If you have to keep saying I feel, you are caught up in your feelings.
well, I'd say I know, right? I know that
You don't know.
Boo-hoo.
Disownership, stop simping for the racist on top. Don't do
what was
that.
that? The
Don't
racist?
simp for the racist up there. The
Yeah.
homophobe, the
No, I'm not
fragile
simping for him.
I'm
I'm
not
homophobe.
not saying that
racist.
what he's
I'm not
saying is
racist.
right. I
For
would just say
him.
that
So we should let
obviously.
him
I don't know
talk
why you keep
after
interrupting.
he called us homophobic slurs.
Yeah, I mean that's
You
wrong.
want
I
to
didn't
you want
say
to
that I'm
And
cape
that's
for him?
exactly what
You
was
want to
being
cape for
addressed, and you
him?
started simping.
simping for Colton. I don't think I was simping for Colton.
Yeah,
I was
you
just
were. You were.
I got muted during.
That's what was being addressed, and you kept interrupting.
Well, I got muted while I was talking about a point about education and how
You
everyone
got
has a
muted
chance in
while you were
America.
interrupting. That's why you were
No,
muted.
I was talking,
Yes, and you won't stop.
and then you started talking out of nowhere and muted
And
me
I
and
can do
started
that.
attacking.
And no, I was not attacking
Fragileness
you.
right there.
Yeah,
We're
If
not
I
going to
ever
do
There's
seen
that
a
it.
right
microaggression.
when I started talking about we all have this, we are black. I got muted.
And you're going to
Let's
keep
talk
getting
about
muted
that.
until you learn.
Best part about it is you're just really proving everybody's point because we're not even talking about the topic anymore
Why are you talking?
because I can.
That's
Freedom
what
of
I'm saying.
speech.
We went from the
You can't.
No, you're talking
and then
because I'm
started talking
allowing you to
about
talk. Why are you still doing it?
how about let me speak and we can have
How about you shut the
we can
fuck
talk
up and
about the
let me finish
topic.
saying what I'm saying on my own live?
Emotion.
Typical
Where's
white men.
the dialect? This is why women aren't
Fragile.
This is why when the
Fragile
big
host.
politics
Fragile host.
involved.
TikTok shop.
Emotion.
TikTok shop. We
Straight
love that.
emotion,
Hey,
dude.
Granny, shut your old ass up.
Go ahead
Thank you.
and
Watch your mouth,
TikTok
Colton.
shop.
Or
Hashtag the
what, John Brown? You little
icebreaker.
titty sucking
F1
bitch.
in the
Hey,
chat.
Yeah,
Colton.
your
Don't
mother.
let these
Grammy,
fools
Shit on your
win.
mothers, pal.
Colton, we all know that you're the type of person that you did not wash your ass because you think it's gay. So,
Damn,
Anyways, can we get back to the topic?
So wait, hold on, real quick. So Colton uses a slur, but everybody else is fragile. Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah, apparently.
I was confused why we even got off the topic. Are we ready to get back?
Who are
So,
you?
right?
Right? You want to colonize the live.
We were happily taking bets on who was going to be the most fragile and say a slur first. My money was on Colton.
I haven't said
He's
anything. I've been waiting.
disappointed. He's
I thought it was going to
disappointed.
be the guy down here.
Yeah, my money was on Colton.
Yeah.
Did that get anybody a bingo?
So do you mind if I ask a question before I get off here? Just a
How
personal
old are
opinion.
you?
I'm asking for your personal opinion.
And I'm asking, how old are you?
I'm 22.
All right, what's your question?
Okay. So would it make you feel any type of way? Well, I don't know what race, ethnicity you are. I don't know any of that. But would it make anybody feel a certain way? And I already feel like I know the question, so I'm asking an opinion. If I said, why are any other type of race besides YT so fragile? Would it make anybody feel some type of way? I feel like it would.
I mean, it would make you racist, but other than that, what's your
Okay,
point?
so
Yeah.
would you
If you
choose that?
said white women are fragile, I'd 100% get behind there and give you proof of
100%.
it.
I would expect you to. So,
No, I said that if you said white women were fragile, I would agree with
Yo,
you
yo, yo, yo,
and give
yo.
you
What's
proof
white
that
Hold
they
food?
up.
are.
No, no, no,
Is
no,
that
no, no,
YouTube?
no, 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 no.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Alex.
Listen, I'm about to say something,
Yeah,
right? There are
Alex
a
is
bunch of
YouTube.
people in the requests. So the next time that anybody interrupts, that person will get dropped, and I'm just going to bring the next person that's waiting.
Bro, I need a femboy boyfriend, bro. Holy, all my life.
Check Grinder.
Hey, Aiden, he's
yeah.
asking me. You.
Do what?
Yeah, bro, I need you, bro.
Saul was talking to you. Did you
I
hear
think he
him?
was talking to Colton. No, wasn't talking to me.
Colton's not even up here.
Yeah.
It's still in the comments.
He was definitely talking to you.
Definitely not, because my question still hasn't got answered exactly.
Yeah, bro, I was talking to Colton,
it
bro.
was
Only
All my
one
life.
person did, and I appreciate that. I'm waiting on more.
You're
And also, if you weren't interrupting Silver, you would have heard more.
yeah. You were actually given two answers. The host told you
Actually,
that
my
if you
mic was
said
muted. There was no way I
so.
could interrupt. So,
And if
You're
you're not
interrupting
speaking,
me
you
right
need to be
now.
muted because it's hard
I
to
did right
hear.
now.
Yeah, go ahead and mute up then, and I'll tell you. So the host told you that if you made that about any other race, that you would be racist. And I told you if you made that about white women, I would come up and join you and say, yes, we are, and give you examples.
Right. And also, had you said that about white women, I would have given you my opinion, where I would have agreed and I would have told you that white women get worse as they age.
That would have made me sexist,
No, it was truthful.
because I can't speak on the other sex.
So who were you talking about?
That's why I was asking. I was asking women for y'all's opinion, because I can't speak on that. I'm not a woman.
Yeah, and I told you that, yes, white women are very fragile.
Like, where do you think the name Karen came from? White women.
That's ours directly.
So many black Karens, though. What are you talking about?
Do you even know what a Karen is? I'm going to go and say no. And you were down in the chat whining
Who was
nonstop.
whining? All I was
And
saying was
yeah,
stop muting
yeah,
the
it's not
people that
your
were.
turn yet. We're talking to Aiden.
So, if I started my own live and I said, why are a different race other than what I am myself so fragile, what do you think the comment section would be? You think I'd be looking for an argument?
I don't really care.
Do you think I would be?
I really wouldn't care.
Well, I mean, you're on the live and you're involved in it, so you kind of do. So I'm asking your opinion. Don't you think you would start a riot
Whatever
in the comment
conversation
section?
you want to have in your own life, that's your business. I don't care.
Don't you believe that would start a riot in the comment section because it's racist?
No.
I didn't know a certain color you are makes you act a certain type of way. That's why I was asking.
First of all,
Hey,
it's race, not
people use
color.
no
Color
logic,
and
bro.
race are two different things.
Aiden, I'm going to do a live tomorrow that says all men are fragile.
That's different. But I don't really believe you can speak on that because you're not a man and you don't know exactly how it is.
women know men sometimes better than men know men because we've had to maneuver around them our entire lives.
You never truly know how a man is, just like how we never truly know how y'all are.
We know better than you think we do.
Because you can't
So
sometimes your own
I
nose.
would hypothesize that the black community knows the white community much better than the white community knows itself.
Why is the
Because
black community so worried about the white community?
so
We're not.
Hey Drift,
But you
Saw
won't leave
down
us
at the
the fuck
bottom.
alone.
Yep, Saw down at the bottom is looking for a hole to fill. Can you help him out? Saw, you got something for him?
Yeah, bro, I got a big snake for you, bro.
Ooh.
Is that your jam?
Yeah, now you're actually hilarious. I'm cracking the fuck up.
Is that not your jam? So can I can let
It
Saw
just
know
kind of
because
proves
Saw
how
came up
fragile
here.
y'all are, though.
Saw came up here fragile AF to disrupt the conversation and was talking about how he likes to take it all big. So we're trying to help him make a love connection up here. Since
So are
he's
we not
so flat
talking about the
fragile.
topic anymore? Or
Hey, I mean,
what's going
if
on?
we're ready to get back to it, we can. But I just wanted to
Why
make
are
sure.
you
I wanted
Old
deflecting?
as
I
hell.
wanted to look out for Saw down there at the
Why
bottom.
is your old ass even on
We
TikTok,
should
bro?
introduce Saw to that one guy from earlier. The
Who are you
football.
calling old?
Silver look old as
Me.
hell. Grammy, I know you old as hell. Your face all type wrinkled. You look like a fucking meth head. We not even gonna go there. Yeah, look at
No,
that. Look at that.
fragile. Look at
Fucking
that
The
alligator
fragility.
fragility.
teeth. You got
There's the
alligator teeth.
fragility.
Ignorant. That's just ignorant.
Come
I
on,
have
white man,
questions.
prove your point.
Hey, Aiden, hold on.
Show your
Can we get
fragility.
some baby bottles in the chat for Mr. Drift up there? Some baby bottles.
Let me help these young men out. You don't get to be my age and be concerned about what young a-holes like you guys think, right? There's nothing you're gonna say that's gonna upset me. I am
Your
pushing
teeth kind
for
of look like train
and
tracks.
I don't care what you think.
Why
You
is
look
he
like you
so
chewing
I
rocks.
obsessed with
don't
you?
care what you think.
He's so
Other
obsessed
people's
with Grammy.
opinions of
Their
me
fragility.
are
Phil is
none of
also
my
fragile.
business. It speaks more about you than it does me. It really speaks to your mommy issues. And all the women here know it. You're just proving the point. Every single one of you, right after the next. It's fucking unreal. And I love it. So keep it up. Call me all the names you want.
Phil, you're
So,
fragile
Don't
and
bother me one
wrinkly.
bit.
so
And
without the
probably
name
small.
calling, go ahead.
Well, you better talk to your boy upstairs who started it. Why don't you
Oh
have
my
why don't you
God,
talk to
bro.
him real quick, Aiden?
Can
Let
we
him
just
know.
have the debate?
Let
Like,
him
Honestly,
know.
I don't know who that is. But anyways, so
So
the
you're
host,
okay? You don't care that he's like proving the point? He's up here name calling and
why would he
all of that
care?
stuff and
He's
not
he's his
one
engaging
own
in
person.
the
person.
topic,
He's his own.
not
I have no
engaging.
idea who that is. Just because we agree on the topic does not mean that we're the same person or we know each other. That's
Okay,
not how
but
that
you're
works.
proving the point. And Aiden, I'm trying to make an example of you to Aiden. Can you be quiet and stop being such a good example? Because I'm showing Aiden that that's what we're talking about. That's the fragility.
So if one
It's right
white
there in
woman,
your face. You're unmuting and having zero impulse control is the same thing. You know, Saw talking about whatever Saw is talking about is the same thing. It's fragile. And it's okay to be
oh my bad.
fragile. Oh, Saw getting ready for y'all. Saw is getting ready for
Saw
y'all.
is on a mission.
Two things I ain't ever seen. A nigga
Buddy, you're gonna blow your speakers. Even I know
So
that.
So I just have
so
one question for Saw. Was that for Aiden or the crybaby on top?
I'm not gonna lie, that is kind of funny.
I chuckled.
That for nobody, bro. That's for me. My bad, bro. My mic was on, bro. I didn't mean to put it on.
So since Drifting came in here and said what he said, y'all concluded him as a whole to say he proved a point. But even though she did not, I'm not saying you did. If Grammy started calling me names and saying stuff about me, if I concluded y'all as a whole, would I be right?
On this panel, absolutely, because we stand with Grammy and we're up here arguing the same points. Absolutely. If I supported someone like Grammy that called, fragile little men outside their name before they spoke sideways to her, then absolutely you could absolutely lump me in the same.
Okay, so if somebody else joined the live, say it was a woman, and did the same things, and I concluded y'all as the same whole and said, yeah, that's how you women are, would I be right?
If I was arguing the same point, you would be.
I don't believe I could be able to conclude y'all all as a whole because one individual person doesn't conclude as a whole. Just like how one person could be a murderer doesn't mean everybody is. It's the same. It's the
And that's
same
why
concept.
that's why you're comfortable voting the same party line as the white supremacist groups. Because you tried to distance yourself and say exactly things like that. But we know when you support that you are the same, you have the same mentality. We can see you.
Well, voting for Trump doesn't exactly make me a white supremacist.
No, I said voting the same party lines as the white supremacist does.
Well, it still doesn't exactly do that.
It does.
That just means I agree more with some of the things they say. I don't have to agree
I
with everything. I
know,
have to
you
agree with
uphold white
more.
supremacy. Exactly that.
No, I did not
Vote
say
the
anything
same, yeah, if you
agreeing with
uphold,
white
I'll
supremacy.
make you a
if you
white
vote the same
supremacist.
party line that they do, I'm gonna lump you in with the whole. Because you
That'd be
vote the
like,
same party line, you have the same, you agree, you argue the same points as the white supremacists. And if I did that, if I stood up here and argued the same white supremacist points as the white supremacists themselves do, I would fully expect to be lumped into a whole. So when you come up here and try to say that men aren't fragile, especially white men, when their fragility is what causes the remainder of the world the pain, they have to create some fake biological bullshit and say it comes from God in order to feel superior to other races. It's disgusting and it's fragile. And when you come up here to defend that, it's very gross. I would not defend if somebody was saying white women were fragile. Like I said, I'm going to give you points where white women are fragile as fuck, and where our fragility causes the black community their lives. Then that's why white women tears are such a danger.
like I said, I spoke on what I knew, but I also said in the other way, I can't speak on women because I don't know how it is. So I wasn't exactly speaking up just for one person. I was actually speaking up for y'all too because I didn't speak on it. So you can't exactly conclude me as a
So
whole.
you're saying white
I got
women
a quick
aren't?
question.
Are you saying white women aren't fragile?
I mean,
Are
I'm
you
sure
saying
some
white women
are,
aren't
just like
fragile?
just how some men are. I'm not saying all because it doesn't conclude as a whole.
But you're going to stick up for white women when they are fragile. Why would you do that? Why would you stick
Some
up
are.
for something that's not true?
Some are just like some men are. You can't conclude as a whole. That's my whole point.
All white women are, and all white men are. We all benefit. We all have whitey privilege. We all uphold the whitey supremacist system. We all benefit from it.
Y'all
We're all
delusional as
fragile
hell.
AF.
Y'all should probably seek help, just
Because
for real.
somebody came up
Really,
here
really
yelling
think
about
about
old
it.
women's
Really think about
vaginas.
it.
You know,
Says the
Griff
fragile white
here
man
says
that's been crying for the last 3 hours.
about Grammy's vagina.
Right.
I'm actually enjoying this. I'm not calling no names. I'm just asking your point of view.
Absolutely. And we're meeting you where you are. Nobody's called you outside of your name either.
That's why I was actually just asking your point of view because I'm not going to jump to conclusion and say all women are because that's obviously false because you can't put them all as a whole.
Hey, Grammy, Michael Myers is back.
Oh.
That's like the one dude in the comments saying the word. That's just ignorant. Like,
Hang
why
on
would
just
you
a
do that?
second, Aiden. Hang on 1 second for me, Aiden. Hi,
Yeah, he's up there.
Mikey. I got your fragile little messages. The fact that you're here is rather interesting. I'm going to make sure that I document that. Have fun on TikTok.
Well, do you mind if I answer that question the host said?
What question?
She said, where does it say all? You said white
Wait, I
men.
never said that.
Oh no, you didn't. You didn't. I'm saying, never mind. That's somebody in the comments. It says, where did it say all? It does not say all. It says white men, so it still concludes as a whole. So it still concludes as all. Sorry about it, but you weren't really in the conversation. If you want to talk in the conversation, request to join.
It
Right.
actually
I want to
will
explain
refer to
something to
all.
everybody in this live, right? So the people on the panel, it's like a boardroom, right? They're the people in the meeting. Everyone else is on the outside. If you want to be a part of the conversation, you got to be in the boardroom. Otherwise, hush.
If
All
we're
right,
in
go
the
ahead, Aiden.
if we're in the boardroom, we're too busy in the meeting to worry about the people that are in the comments. Because if we engage with them up here, then they have no incentive to get up here. So ignore them. If they want to talk, they'll get up here. Otherwise, their voice doesn't matter for squat.
Right. So I want to say one other
My bad.
thing. So let's see, who was this person? Hopeless Gaming. I want you all to thank this person for what's about to happen.
What was said? Oh,
See that magic trick?
yeah, I seen that.
All right, since that other person ran away, Anthony, what are your
Hey, how you doing?
thoughts?
I'm just trying to understand what you mean by fragile.
Aiden, can you explain it to him?
No, I'll let you do it. Go ahead.
No, I was really hoping you would.
Saul,
Well, I
I'm
really
gonna swap you out because yeah, you've
Please,
been.
I'm cooking, bro. Please, bro.
Do
You
you
can
want
come
to?
back.
Aiden, just yeah, well, never mind.
Well, we've already compared and contrasted our opinions on that, and I don't exactly believe so as a whole. So I can't really, I'm not going to really speak on that
Well,
because just
Aiden,
like I said,
can you steel man her so I just know what they mean?
she was basically saying like, okay, for instance, those people coming in the comment section and then they requested to join live and started calling them names and stuff whenever they asked a simple question, pretty much that, about how they get so overwhelmed and result to name calling everything when they get asked a simple question.
Okay, so it's just from the comments then. It's not an actual stance on like white men in general.
I think they're putting it as an actual stand.
It's an absolute stance.
Okay, so you guys believe that white men are fragile? Okay,
All men are fragile. I believe white men are exceptionally fragile.
fragile. Okay, so what do you mean by fragile? You mean emotional?
More or less.
Among other things, they can't communicate. They can't handle their emotions. They don't know when to control themselves. They get
They commit
violent because they can't communicate. Those kind of things.
violent crime against children.
I would say that that's the minority, but not the majority of white men or men in general.
More experience, but not the experience of many women and femme presenting people.
Well, I mean, it's pretty much the fact. I mean, if it were that way, then you would see the prison systems full of white men.
Prison systems, the court systems, those are not fair.
Oh, so you're saying the court systems, you don't trust them?
I'm saying the police pick up and incarcerate black men at rapid rates.
I disagree.
That's why there's not more white men in prison.
Right.
And white men have
13%
privilege
of
and get away
society-
with crimes.
13%
White men
of society
have
is
white men, sir, don't make me mute you, don't prove the point. White men have privilege and they get away with real crimes, whereas black, indigenous, and other POC men, they get picked up for crimes that they don't even commit.
Okay, so let me. I'm just gonna throw a statistic out here, and this is not me picking on any certain race or anything, but this is just a fact. So, 13% of
Oh
the
my
population
Hang on a
in
second.
America.
Before you go that 1350 talking point, I need to address a few things.
Go ahead.
Right. Michael Myers, you are lucky that I unblocked you. That's why you're here right now. All right? AR3S, that is also false. They get arrested more because they're policed more. And guess what? The exoneration rate is extremely high because they were not guilty.
How are they policed more when there's
Hold
not
on
enough
just a second,
police
Anthony. Please mute up.
Why are you they I don't know what it is. See, you just proved the point.
Yeah,
Well,
give me
you
just a
said
second.
something, and
I'd
then
like
she
to
said
talk
something
about
else.
the 1315 stats. So go ahead
I
and
was saying something
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Host.
and then you interrupted. I don't know why you come up here proving the point.
What, that I'm fragile because I said something?
Because you can't control yourselves.
I can control myself perfectly
I
fine.
just said, hold on, I need to address a few things.
I didn't hear
And
that.
that hold on was for everybody on the panel. And you're the only one that started speaking.
No, Silver Saint started speaking as well.
No, she spoke afterwards.
So if you said I've been pretty calm, right?
So let's go ahead
Just
and
things
look
to
at
address.
those
Everybody just stop until So Melanated addresses what they
No
want
one
to
was
address.
talking.
It is, and you can stay muted as well because I can hear all the feedback. It's very loud. And this person, I can interrupt anybody at any time. And Shark, I'm sorry that you feel ignored. Maybe you should join the panel. Now, AR3S, that's also another microaggression. Like, just keep dropping them. You just keep proving the point. Right. Go ahead, Silver.
Okay, so let's look at the 1350 fallacy. All right, and for anybody interested in the stats, if you go in my link tree in my bio, you're going to see all of the stats on any of the topics that I speak about up here. The ones that I'm going to go over directly are in the very bottom link. They're the FBI crime statistics of arrests. Now remember that word arrest, which is, it's going to be our operative word moving forward. So not convictions, but arrests. So the stats that Anthony is looking at say that 13% of the population, which is the Black population, that's who he's speaking about, is responsible for 50% of the unalivings. But the reality is they're arrested for 50% of the unalivings. They are not convicted for that number. When we look at convictions, we know those numbers are different. When we look at the 50% as well, that he says that they're arrested for, because remember, arrest is the operative word here, we know that not all jurisdictions report the information correctly. And so the actual number of unalivings is about 15,000 more for the year, because it's not included in those statistics because it doesn't have the entirety of the racial demographic. We also know that there are many jurisdictions that don't report. A lot of those jurisdictions are YT jurisdictions. And so no, they're arrested for 50% of the unalivings, but not convicted for. And when we look at the yearly exoneration rates, they are meet more than 50%, or they are responsible for more than 50% of the exoneration rates yearly.
Okay, so a conviction through a court case.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Shh. Sorry, I don't know what's going on.
No, there was music playing and we were just kind of trying to manage that, but they were dropped. So go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so conviction rates would be the only way to actually get an actual number as to who's committing the crimes. You're saying exoneration rates would change that. But if the conviction rates are still showing the same thing, then exoneration rates don't really
So, no,
change it.
because I wasn't talking about conviction rates. I was talking about arrest rates, which is the graph that you're talking about. Because when we look at the conviction rate, it's a much different thing, and those numbers aren't there for you, sir.
So
You
why?
know what white men are responsible for? They're
What's that?
responsible for number one in human trafficking. White women are number two. They're responsible for the most SA crime against children and women. They're responsible for some of the most heinous violent crimes in the United States when it comes to mass school situations. And it's funny that you don't want to speak on those, because
No, I'm
that
fine with speaking on
because if you did, you're going to see how fragile you are, that you would rather turn around and talk about misrepresent numbers to talk about an entirely different community, because you're too fragile to talk about what white men do to this world.
No, I'm not. I'm totally fine to talk about.
Anthony, really quickly, just as a little add-on, when you go and you look at those FBI crime stats, and it's got black people and white people like right next to each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you scroll past the numbers and you look at the percentages, because you have to make things parts of a whole, and you have to do statistical analysis and all this other stuff. And so if you're looking at the percentages, which is what you would compare, not the raw data, right? If you're looking at those two things, when you look, what you're going to see is that white people top all of those FBI crime stats, except for, I think it was 3, but now it's 2.
Not by percentage rate, not by per capita.
And I can go pull it up, and that 1 is by a very minuscule amount, so small that when a statistical analysis is ran on it, I'm sure it won't show that it's statistically significant, which is what we would be looking for, is a statistically significant difference.
Yeah, but percentage-wise, per capita-wise,
white people top all but 2 of those 40. What is it? How many? Have you ever counted them, Silver? 45 or something, 40 something categories or whatever. I need to count them. Maybe that's what I'm doing.
yeah, because our population is higher, so we're definitely going to top on everything. But percentage-wise, per capita would be.
Listen, did you not take math? Did you not take math? That's why you make them both parts of 100.
Yeah,
and
that's
you
per
look
capita.
at the percentages.
Can I say something?
That's why you look at the percentages. And when you do that, it doesn't. The raw numbers don't matter, because you're looking at parts of a whole.
Yeah, and I'm saying you're wrong, because per capita.
I just looked at it not that long ago. I am not wrong.
Well, I need to see that then, because you're wrong. Because
Go
when I looked at
look,
it-
because no, I am not.
The link is in my link tree down in the fourth section towards the bottom. You're going to see the FBI crime statistics. You're going to see the UCCS statistics. And there's actually quite a bit more that you can look into as well. Because you're up here and you need to know that you're spewing white supremacist talking points.
That's so funny.
Anthony,
I mean, it's true.
It's true that I'm.
Yeah, you can
spewing
laugh
white
all
supremacy.
you want.
No, I just think that's totally. It's a stupid statement.
How does it make white people racist if they
You were
are
already racist.
No, I'm not.
Until the host
I
addresses.
mean, I
you.
was talking to Navy, but yeah, you too.
No, I'm
If
not.
you do words, Anthony,
Yeah.
I'm down.
I want
Silver,
to say
will you
something.
send that link? Because I'm going to pull it up really quick. It'll just be easier if you send it to me. I'm sorry, John.
Anthony, here's the thing. You could take those stats are there, and you could take them and see them any way you wish. Now, you do that because you're conditioned to vilify and dehumanize black people. Like, to point out that black people are violent. Like, that's your goal, right? For me, now, I could take it and look at it and go, well, when I look at those FBI crime stats, white people commit millions more crimes every year, regardless of per capita. If I'm living in America, okay, and now we know that crime is not like black on black crime, whatever. It's just crime. It's actually proximity crime. Whoever you're closest to, like whatever neighborhood you're in, where you're at, is most likely who you're around is most likely to commit a crime against you. So if, I'm a white guy, I live in a mostly, white suburb. There are people of color around, but and in this country, if white people are committing millions more crimes, who should I be more weary of? And again, if we're committing millions more crimes, why are we trying to vilify and point the finger at black people when we're
Hold
committing
on.
millions more crimes every year? I don't get it.
So I'm not trying to point a finger at black people. I was just going up against a statement that's saying white men are so fragile. And then the only reason I brought that up would be, okay, well, then the court systems would be full of white people if you were so fragile. And the reason
Not
why
true.
I'm saying you're wrong per capita is because the prison systems are full of black people, not full of white people. Okay.
You know why, right?
Because white people have white privilege and white people get off.
That's not true. That's not
It
true.
is
Yeah,
true.
it's totally true.
Why do you think that
Anthony,
why do you think that prisons have more black people?
Because they commit more crimes.
That's actually false.
No, it's not.
it is.
It is
Yeah, it
false.
is.
Per capita, no, it's not. And they commit more violent crimes.
Anthony,
Well, that is
Anthony,
definitely not true.
Anthony, you got to understand something, man. Like, we have the resources to get away with these things, right?
I don't.
Yeah, you
Stop.
do.
What resources do I have?
The first resource you have is your whiteness. That's going to get you off more than anything.
No.
Secondly, again, there's a racial wealth gap in this country, and white people have a lot more, we have a lot more economic resources.
We also have more
than the
poor
black community.
people as well. White people are going to be the dominant
I was
of
still talking.
everything.
I didn't hear what you said. You gotta, like, you're jumping ahead. Go ahead.
I know, because you're making these statements, but you're not taking into the fact that there's more white people than anybody. So we're going to have more
We're
rich
still
people.
talking
We're
about
going to have
crime.
more
And
poor
there you
people.
just
We're going
disproved
to
your
have
own
more
point.
murderers. We're going to have more of everything. But per capita, we
Okay,
don't.
so then why are you pointing the finger at black people?
I'm not. The point of my
Wait a minute, we were
argument.
talking about white men being fragile, and
Yes.
you went to black to point the finger at black people.
No.
When were black people mentioned at all?
Well, you weren't in here, but in the very beginning,
He was in here.
I was in here. I've been here.
oh well, I didn't see you and you weren't talking.
He was listening.
The first initial thing that I said, is this directed towards white people? And you guys mean specifically that white men are fragile. And I asked why, and they said, well, it is specifically white men. So I was stepping outside of the white frame and not pointing the finger at black people, but I was just
that
giving
when you're
an
talking about
opposing
white
view.
men. I don't get it.
Because I was saying that this whole premise is false.
Okay, I got one more thing, Anthony. Here's the thing. We know through the stats that white people actually do D-rugs at a slightly higher rate than other communities. Yet, 40% of the people in prison are, black people and, like non-violent offenses. So I know in growing up in my all-white neighborhood, and there was many kids that did D-rugs. Like, it wasn't, come on, man. Again, and with the more money you have, those kids have accessibility to those D-rugs. So, I never, not once, Anthony, had a cop come up and, hey, what are you doing? Let me see what you got on you. Get up against the car. Da, 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 da. We weren't profiled. We didn't have stop and frisk like they do in black and brown neighborhoods. That's the difference.
I did, though.
We weren't targeted.
I have
White
been.
people, come on, as a whole in this country, Anthony.
Well, I
White
understand
people
what you're
are
saying,
not targeted.
but you're also
Black and brown
going.
neighborhoods are targeted.
You're also going anecdotal with your statement here, and I'm going to go anecdotal myself.
Come on, man.
I've sat in my car before at night in my not even in my driveway, sitting outside of my house on the street, and I have had cops come to my car and have me roll down my window and ask for identification and what I was doing here and why I'm here when I'm sitting in front of my house before. I've had it where I've been at the park I've been.
Because you look
Were
dodgy.
you ripped out of your car and drugging onto the street and had
You
a knee
guys
put
know
in
that
your
that does
back?
not happen
Were
at a
you
massacre.
shot trying to go into
Anthony.
your home? Were
May
you
I?
shot at a park playing with a toy gun? No, no, no. That's the
Anthony.
answer.
I'd like to actually answer real quick because what he's saying is that his neighbor called the police on him because he was sitting in his car in a white neighborhood and they were worried and they called the police.
My
That's
neighbors were
why the
Mexican.
police came to you. Oh, Sure. That's why
They
the
are.
police came to you. Your neighbors called the cops on you because they're fragile white people.
My neighbors are Mexican.
So
Not
Mexican
a
isn't
race.
a race.
Well, okay, brown.
Oh, so they
Not a
called the
race.
police on
You
you,
can be
sir.
white and Mexican, black and
Fragile
Mexican,
ass.
Asian and Mexican.
Your fragile neighbors called the police on you. You proved our point. Please go back to the comments.
Oh, you guys suck. You guys are stupid, stupid people.
You're
Point proven.
now comes the name calling. Buckle
Yeah,
up,
because you guys are
guys.
stupid.
See the
You
fragility.
guys are so
Go on.
stupid.
Let's
Let
go.
me guess.
You're so dumb. You told me to go back to the comments, so I was figuring you guys were going to dump me out of here.
Bye.
Afraid of talking.
You're gonna leave if you're gonna run like a crybaby
I'm not going
because you
nowhere.
can't handle the truth
I was
because of
waiting.
your own fragility.
I was
If
waiting.
you're gonna run, if somebody keep on that button, if you're gonna run, then do it.
I was waiting.
Nobody's in the mood for your bullcrap crybaby games.
Nobody's
Anthony.
crying. I'm just saying you guys are dumb.
Stupid. You're
The truth.
dumb.
Oh, poor baby.
Can I just say that Anthony is the reason that women are choosing the bear?
Yeah, and it's the dumbest reason on the planet because a bear was going to eat
All
you.
men. All men. It's all men. It is literally all men. And there's the proof. All men are a potential danger. Every single
Because I called
last
you
one of them
stupid.
is a potential danger to our safety. And we don't know who the good ones are. Look at how he came up here and acted initially. Oh, I want to have a conversation. And now we're dumb. Now, if we were alone in an alley, what would he do then? Huh? What would he do then? Would he hit
Wouldn't
us?
even look
Would he
at
run
you.
us over with his car? Like, what would he do?
Wouldn't
Like,
even
it
look
just
at you.
begs the question. It begs the question. Would he, like, it's all men.
You know,
They're
I might try to give you
literally all
$1 because you kind of
dangerous.
look homeless yourself, but
Sir, you do. I'm sitting in a 3-story house. You don't know what the F you're talking about, sir.
The
And
fact
you
you have
do
to go out to
realize that there's more to being dangerous than SAing someone, just to be clear.
SAing. It's so funny how
I'd
you
like
guys
to
accuse people of stuff.
point out how Anthony walked straight into the point with that. We
Go on.
understand that the bear would unalive us. Nobody understands that more than me that grew up hunting them with dogs and my family. I understand the dangers of bears, and you walked into the point. We'd rather be in the woods with the bear, knowing that we would be unalived, than running the risk of having to be SA'd and live in this world anymore, in this country, the way it treats women
And
and
that
victims.
right there is
It shows
the
you
reason why I
exactly
said
why you're
dumb.
so fragile. You're
Because
so
you would
fragile.
rather get
Yeah,
eaten by a bear than have
absolutely.
somebody brush your
Yes.
leg at work.
That,
I mean,
no,
realistically,
that's-
realistically,
no.
listen. Like,
Everybody
So-
mute. Everybody mute. I know you all caught that, right?
Yes.
What are you doing of brushing a woman's leg in the workplace?
Did I say I did
That
that?
is some sexual
did.
harassment shit.
No, I did not say that I did that.
Yes. Yes.
I don't
You
even
wouldn't
work
have
with
set that
women.
example.
Yes.
I don't work with women.
Yes.
I'm a blue
You
collar
just-
man.
thank God
There's
you don't
probably
work
a
with
reason you
women.
don't work
Red
with
flag. You are
Listen.
a walking red flag.
No, she literally
Yes.
said that. I just repeated what she said. She said she would rather get SA'd than, or no, rather get eaten by a bear
No,
than SA.
sir.
is what
You
she
brought
said.
up touching a woman's leg at work. You brought that up.
Because that's what all
Nobody
these SA
else.
cases
Because
are.
it's a specific example of something you have done.
No, I
Otherwise,
hear
you
about it
would
on the
not have
media.
brought it up, sir. We have all got degrees in psychology up here. Almost every single
Well,
one
that's
of
a
us.
failed
You
college.
are not fooling anybody.
You guys are more
You are
worried
a
about
walking
SA.
red
flag.
than getting attacked by a bear.
Do you also realistically think women are walking around risking our livelihood, our reputation, in some cases our family believing us because somebody touched our leg? Do you really think we're risking it for that? Because that's not what we're risking it for when we say SA. Like, be so for real right now.
I was just repeating the look, I'm going to try not to be so name calling, but the claim that women would
bro.
rather be in the woods with a bear versus a guy because they're afraid.
Okay, pause right there. Pause right there. Let me ask you a question. If you're playing a game of poker and you're at like a high stakes game of poker and it's all or nothing and you have a stacked deck and you look at that deck and you go, well, I'm really going to win or like I'm going to have a great outcome. And you look at the other deck and you got to take a chance on it. Like, which deck are you picking in that poker game? Because I'm going to pick the stacked deck that I know the best or in this case, worst possible outcome. Like,
what is
again,
the
be
best
so
outcome
for real.
with a bear?
The best outcome is the bear will kill us. The bear will kill us, and we won't have to endure what you are going to do. That's the best outcome.
And let me add on to this because you're already laughing.
Grammy,
Let's say,
hang on a second.
let's say you get.
Grammy, take a lap.
I'm going.
That was funny. There's a
Like
reason why.
realistically, if you do not get unalived by a man and you get kidnapped and you have to spend however many years
What is your
during Stockholm
percentage of that?
syndrome, let me finish. Stockholm syndrome, getting tortured, and somehow you miraculously break free. Like you lived, right? That's the goal. You lived. Do you understand the mental implications that also puts on a person? And if they don't get the help that they need, now they're at a risk to the society around them, all because we trusted a man. Like, do you get it? Like, it's not just one situation. It is a domino effect
you
from what
understand the
you can
delusion of
do
what you're
to
saying?
us.
Do you understand the delusion of what you're saying? To think that men as a whole are
Literally go listen to any podcast. It happens every day.
Did we tell him what the guy said to me the other day? What guys have been saying to us all week long?
Mhm.
What people have been putting on our posts for over weeks now?
Yeah, you
what
got trolls.
some people have had to deal with for a lot longer than that. You don't know what you're talking about, Ian.
No, I do know what I'm talking
You
about.
do not, because you have never walked a damn day in our shoes.
No, I haven't. But I do have a little sister. I do have a mother. I do have a stepmother.
Still does not give you any inkling into what we personally experience on a daily basis.
I mean, it kind of does. When they tell
No,
me.
it doesn't. Did you know that they're killing us with tampons?
That's your guys' fault.
Okay.
You're the one that decided to put a tampon in
There
your
it is.
body.
There it is. There it is. You hate women. Say that. You hate
I love
women.
women. I love
You
women.
hate women because you
No.
are a fragile whitey man.
I don't
And you
really
can't
care
stand
for
the
you
thought
guys
of
all
us
that much,
potentially
but I love
being
women.
equal to you. You're a fragile whitey man and you cannot stand the thought of us potentially being equal to you. You are pathetic.
I absolutely love women. For the record, I don't particularly like you guys.
You like the kitty cat, but you do not like women. And we've heard that multiple times
No.
from men who have absolutely admitted that this week. Men who have said, no, I'd wish that they would like give us rights so I could like live with my best friend and we could get like rights as a couple, but just be friends and still get kitty cat on the side because like we don't like women. Have we not heard that at least twice in just today, I think?
I want to let you guys know that I didn't plan on this, but my sister and her friend are sitting here listening to this and laughing at you guys because of how.
I mean, that's fine. And like anti-hate against ourselves is like an inherent thing.
Hey, let's stop and mod up real quick because if he's got minors listening to the chat, we need to drop him.
Boy.
Okay.
No, they're not minors.
If
But
he's influenced
anyways,
minors into that ideology, when we know that it's 1 in 4 women that are SA'd, and when we look at the demographic and time period of the majority of SAs, especially when it comes to minors, it's under the age of 3. And it's white men that perpetrate those crimes.
okay, so you said
Statistically,
1 in
no,
4
you're
for
done,
And-
Anthony.
and remember
You're
that
done. And
Stockholm-
I'm-
You said 1 in
that Stockholm
4.
thing I said?
Don't speak over me. I'm not. It's my turn now. Anthony, please go ahead and mute. Because what the girls need to understand is that the world that they're stepping into is a world that will not coddle them, that will not believe them, and that you stand up here and support that. And they need to understand that that makes you not a safe space for them, especially if they are minors, for you to come up here and say that the biggest dangers to women isn't white men. You came up here and tried to project it. You're not talking, Anthony.
I'm
Because
waiting.
you came up here and projected it onto the Black community first, and then you turned around and told us how disgusting we were because we live in a system where we're assaulted and we're not believed. And that percentage of women that are SA'd, again, is 1 in 4. And for men, it's anywhere between 1 in 6 and 1 in 10, depending on the year of the statistic. We also know when we look at our women in the military that they're SA'd at 1 in 3. That in a year, 25% of all veterans currently serving time in federal and state prison are there for crimes of SA. These are our veterans. Okay, you need to understand that those crimes are more heavily perpetrated by white men.
Right. So before I swap you out, because there's other people that have been running their mouths that I want to bring up. I just had one quick question. So that person that was giggling, is that your sister wife?
Hold on. What did you just say?
You heard me. And so did she.
So what do you mean?
I'm going to guess that was a yes.
Well, what do you mean by saying that? My sister wife.
That's what I
You got
thought.
to get emotional for us, big guy. I hope they're still listening, and I hope they seek each one of us out so that we can educate them about just how dangerous men like you really are.
So AR3S, you had a lot to say in the chat.
No, I was just responding to some things that people were saying there. I just want to say that y'all say that white men are so fragile, but yeah, it seems that y'all are the ones that. Okay, I'm done with this shit.
That's really, really fragile. Well, that was short-lived.
I'm sorry.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
All right. Oh, Dylan, yeah. See, I forgot all about you.
Oh, you're good. I think that Anthony was just trying to say, like, it seems like a little bit of an oversimplification. You know, there's complexity to people, individuals. Like, you can't just put a blanket statement and
To
say
be
all
fair,
white men
when
are
we're talking,
The black
when we're
people being
talking to
criminal?
simple people, you need it to be a simple example. Like it has
Y'all are
to
just
be simple.
bigoted. Stop being a bunch of bigots.
Oh, quit crying. You had to be muted just to get your ass up here
Stop being a bigot.
because you were a coward.
I'm the coward. I didn't mute you.
No, I
Okay.
muted you. You can't mute me.
Yeah, I know, because you're afraid. Your
Afraid of
numbers
what?
dropped. Your
I
numbers
muted you
dropped.
so that you'd get your ass up here instead of you yapping in the
I was
chat.
gonna come up here either way. I'm just.
No, you weren't. But you've been
Somebody.
sitting here crying for the last 2 hours.
The bigot mad.
Yeah.
The bigot's mad. That's so. Look at the bigot.
Can I address Dan?
Numbers dropped and you
Dylan,
got
Giving
mad.
small peen energy.
Sir, we do
I got
lives.
the
Whoa, why?
so small.
What'd I do?
It's not that serious. Nobody here
It's
gives
like
a
2
crap.
inches.
Imagine admitting it.
We know.
Hell
Like,
yeah,
we
I'm
already
admitting
knew that
every
you have
day.
2 inches. It's nothing new.
I got the smallest.
What is happening? Dylan, don't simp
you
for
gonna do
him.
about it?
Don't simp for the small peen man.
No, I won't.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks
Just
for
like-
unmuting me in the comments.
You don't want to be in that category.
He
Yeah.
wants to, though.
Oh, I love it. I love having the smallest dick. It's great.
We believe you. We know.
Oh, I hope you do. You're bigots anyway, so I don't care about your opinion.
this
I
is just
know.
like kink. This is just like a shaming kink at this point. It's gross.
Maybe he's got a dead king.
Nah, y'all are just fucking goofy, and your engagement went down, so now you're being assholes.
Sir, what are
You're
you
showing
talking
your
about?
fragility.
You went from 40
Stay
viewers to
muted.
fucking 19.
Stay muted. Cry
No?
more.
What does that have to do with
It's fucking funny. We
That's
watched
a
it
drop
happen
of
in
20
4K. Watched it all happen live.
Can you imagine?
You turned your
sitting
comments
here
off, and it
for
took
the
you how
last
long to
2
get to 10K, and
hours?
you're still sitting there? Nobody agrees with you. Nobody.
Sir, we always turn the comments off. What are
Look at
you
that.
talking
So
about?
melanated. So melanated.
You are
How
so
long?
stressed. It's not
Wait,
funny.
so
It
melanated.
is.
Yeah,
How
I'm
long?
distressed.
Sorry, Silver.
The guy laughing. That's great.
Well,
So
okay. Look, if you
how
make
long? Hey, Dylan, just zip it.
sorry. Okay, yeah, sorry.
So
You're
melanated.
good.
Thank you, Dylan. So melanated. So how long was Hopeless sitting down in the comments watching your counts on your live?
About 5 or 10 minutes.
2
That's
hours.
so they're a fan. 2 hours.
2 hours? No, I haven't been.
Yeah, that's adorable.
You
You're a
fucking
fan.
lie. Holy
Even we
shit,
watch.
2
We got to
hours?
watch it live in
It'll tell.
4K.
It'll tell after the
Just
live
got off
how
mile.
much time you spent in here. It's gonna tell the host
So
how much time
fucking
you
full.
spent in here.
This is great.
For 2 hours.
I love
I
you.
love it. I love the engagement. Thank you.
So fuck.
Thank you for the support. We appreciate
Jesus,
it.
lie harder.
Oh, that's
Liar,
okay.
liar, pants on fire.
How childish do you have to
course.
fucking be? My 6-year-old grandson doesn't even do that
At least
shit.
I'm not a liar.
You are, though.
You
I feel
are.
like
Rather
his
be challenged than a liar.
Rabble score he's ever had was
Nobody's
like
been here for
30.
2 hours. I'm the whole reason your numbers are going up.
Sir,
Oh,
you are
exactly.
not the reason
The
for
reason
what?
your
We're
numbers
gonna
are
drop
going
you.
up.
You
They-
don't matter. I'm gonna drop you. And the host can be
You
mad
are-
at me for it tomorrow. You're not the reason for anything. You don't matter in this world. Just to let you know.
Colton's back.
Oh, cool.
I was
Colton, come up
wondering
and
if
play. We liked you better than that guy, probably.
Yeah, Colton up.
Actually, I don't know. I don't remember Colton that well.
Oh,
Wait,
Colton's
which
the
one was Colton?
homophobe. Colton's the homophobe.
Oh, no, we don't like Colton, no. Where's our micro penis guy when we need him?
Hey, Colton, I've got some advice for you. You know, instead of worrying about the queer community, I think you should pay more attention to your service because you couldn't even load.
I bet that's not the first time he's heard that either.
Probably drop one.
Dylan, I feel like you were saying something, but you got interrupted.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I don't know. I just feel like it's a little oversimplification. That's what I was talking about. Like, people are complex and multifaceted, and attributing a single characteristic like fragility to all individuals in a group oversimplifies their experiences and behaviors.
Do you believe that white women have fragility?
It depends. I mean, you have to be a little bit more specific. It depends on that specific woman.
So then why are you coming up here arguing with it about men?
What do you mean? Because you're
What do you mean, what do you
oversimplifying
mean?
it. It's a blanket statement.
Hopeless John is happily married, just so you know. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I said hopeless, not Dylan. But yeah, Appalachian, go ahead. You can address it.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I was trying not. I think I had a lag, so I didn't mean to cut nobody off earlier. Like Dylan, you say it's such an oversimplification and like a blanket statement, right? But I implore you something. Do you think? So let's just—it's YT men, right? Do you think all YT men on the entire face of the earth have the same basic level of understanding of concepts, or would you say some people are more advanced than others?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Some
Okay,
people are
okay.
definitely more advanced.
Cool. That's all I need. So when we take topics like this and we super oversimplify it, right? Like we make a blanket statement. It's mostly because we're trying to reach, every level possible. So if you have somebody that really doesn't understand the concepts and they need that oversimplification, well, that's the easiest way to reach them. Like if you were to teach a 3-year-old about trees, you're going to tell them, oh, all trees are green. And the 3-year-old is going to start to identify trees. Obviously, not all trees are green. It's an oversimplification, but it teaches something at a very basic level. And if you are more intellectual and you understand broader concepts, then it shouldn't be that difficult. You should be able to have those conversations and know that obviously it's an oversimplification. Maybe it doesn't apply to you. And if it doesn't apply, let it fly. But like, that's why we have to have that, because some people don't understand things as well as others. You know, sometimes it takes me personally 10, 12 times to like get a subject, but the oversimplification is there for that level. You know, like you have to do that in some cases. Does that help?
I mean, yeah, I see why you're doing it. I mean, for me, I feel like it's more about just the engagement that you get from it, and like the extra views, and I mean, really all the comments. Like, but I just feel like generalizing prevents a deeper understanding of the diverse experiences and like perspectives within a group such as white men.
What if I told you that all white women are fragile?
I wouldn't believe that.
It's true.
No.
Yes.
I mean, everyone can but yeah, like of course everybody is eventually going to be fragile in like a moment in time. But I wouldn't just say like, okay, since you were fragile in like that moment of time, that you're going to forever be fragile.
The moments of time that you speak about for white women when they're fragile, when they cry and use their white women tears, they cost members of the Black community their life. Do you understand that?
Wait, say that again? When they cry, they cost
White
Black
women
members'
tears?
lives?
Mm-hmm.
What? I don't. That doesn't make any sense to me. No, yeah, just
Like, do you understand
No,
fragility?
I know what she's referencing there, but that doesn't apply to all. It makes no sense.
Hold on, Jake, we'll get to you. Right? Do you understand the concept of white women saying that Black men were aggressive to them or did something sexual towards them, and then the Black man gets unalived? Are you familiar with that concept?
yeah,
Throughout the entirety of history?
yeah.
All right. So that's what I mean by our tears cost them their lives. Our fragility as a whole, because we are all fragile, cost them their lives.
No, I just can't. Just
I know,
because
it's really
some
hard,
women
right?
have
It's
done
really
that, I
hard.
wouldn't say that. Like every woman hasn't done that to a Black man. Just because a couple of
Every
women
white
have
woman, every white woman has the potential to do that. In any situation that we're caught with a Black man, all we have to do is cry and we win. In any situation, because of the power structure in the United States. So if we all have that potential in that moment, how can you differentiate who is and who isn't going to do that in that moment?
Why are you trying to make yourself like this villain for no reason?
For no reason at all. No historical truth to white women creating the social construct of racism in our school books and education. There's none of that. There's no history or proof of that.
Yeah, that happened, but there's just no reason.
It is, and it's still happening today. The moms
It's
of
not
liberty.
like you did it.
So the moms
Not
of
like you did
liberty
it.
took over. I benefit from it. I exist in that system where potentially my tears could cause somebody to be unalived. And so what I do is I make sure that I begin to stand in all places and speak about these things to other YT people to understand the importance of standing against white supremacist ideology.
Yeah, but no one said they support white supremacist ideology.
So the fact is that the entirety of the United States, every structure that it's built on, that white supremacist ideology is seeped into it.
Yeah, but I have no association with white supremacists.
You
Because I
don't
live in
have to. You no longer have to. The Daughters of Confederacy wrote your school books. The Moms of Liberty write all of our school books today. That history is, and those books that we're taught from that show a false history are dangerous. And it's the only history we know until we begin to go out and look for the truth ourselves.
Hey, Truth Gremlin, if people think you're white, it's because you are.
You know, I know that we all understand the government lies to us. We all understand that the victor writes the history, but we never seek outside of what we're taught in history. You know, when I was growing up, we were taught that the indigenous people here were dangerous, horrible people, and they needed to be domesticated. But when we actually go back and look, we know that we gave them bedding with smallpox in it. We shaved their children's heads and forced them to go to white schools. We begin to uncover the reality of that history. And you're not supposed to feel guilt when you look at that, but you are supposed to look at it. You're supposed to acknowledge it, because it's fragile to not look at the true history of what we've done and own it. We just have to do better.
I've seen that exact thing in history books. I've
I
done a
know.
project.
That's why, listen, I need you to understand I'm your mother's age. I need you to understand that things have changed a little bit. But the reality is, we were also taught that the tribes that were here before warred, and they did not. Because if they warred the way that we were told they did, where are the mass graves? They don't exist because it's not true. You have to begin to dig into history yourselves. Every school institution that you learn from is going to whitewash that history. Every system in the United States, and if you'd like sources for all of the systems in the United States, you can go to the link tree in my bio. I've done a lot of research for you, and it just gives you solid links of things to look at. Go back and look at, the articles of succession. There's some really good history stuff there to learn, to really understand what we've done.
Wait, what do you mean we? Like, I didn't do anything.
So you uphold the system. You benefit from the system as it is in place today. There are American citizens that system oppresses. It is our responsibility as those that are not oppressed or oppressed less than to begin to dismantle that system for others.
Silver, you have some fans in the comments.
Hell yeah, I do. It's about time. Grammy was getting all of them, y'all. I need me some fans. I need some fans.
I mean, I think Grammy's still winning because no one has threatened to ejaculate on your forehead.
Dang it, you guys.
Yeah, I still win. I still win. I still win.
Dylan, Jake, you want to help a woman out? Just kidding. Don't you unmute. Don't you unmute.
Out of curiosity, though, has any of the men that's come up answered this question specifically at all?
Not in a real fashion.
No, not in a real way.
Not a single one.
I mean, if y'all just want some traction, I guess I can give my opinion on it, or I can drop down if y'all want opts.
Definitely give your opinion first.
So it's something I've been thinking about a lot lately, kind of as YT culture as a whole, So why are YT men so fragile? I genuinely think that when YT men created the concept of race to put themselves and, all of us as top, they erased every bit of cultural and ethnic identity like most of us held, And when you look up YT culture, it doesn't really exist, and you can find some really good articles though about how it's just like it's theft, it's colonialism. That's YT culture. So I say that to say that I think YT men are so fragile because their entire identity, there's no foundation to stand on, and they know it. They don't have a unique culture. They don't have anything other than destruction for power and violence. And now that it's being recognized and called out on a wider scale, I think a lot of them are terrified of that because they do not want to face that truth and fix it. They'd rather fight and cry about it than admit that. So that's my idea about it.
Yeah, so I'm Ukrainian. I do like Ukrainian culture, and that's like white people. So you're saying that like that's a colonizer culture?
No, I think you misunderstand because when we look at race is white. Okay, there are Ukrainians. There are white Ukrainians. There are black Ukrainians. There are white Irish people and black Irish people. So when we look at what white people did, so we gave up our heritage. We gave up that piece, that Irish piece, that Scottish, that Ukrainian piece for whiteness, for the colonizer mindset. Because, in becoming white, we became the supreme race. If we let go of who we are and those unique individual heritages that we had. And so white culture is white supremacist culture.
Right. Okay.
And
I
a
just want to
perfect,
hold
oh,
this.
sorry.
I want to hold this conversation really quick, right? Because I want to point something out. So Daryl, when Daryl came into the live, he asked, "What is YT?" Right? It was explained to him what YT is, yet he still continued to ask what YT is. Daryl knows what YT is, and then his next question is, he started dropping the N-word and asking if they are fragile.
And asking if he can use NG because we are using YT.
Right.
YT is literal shorthand, like secretarial shorthand. It's literal shorthand for white.
So going from YT to the N-word is you being fragile. So you just proved the point yet again.
So if one white dude is fragile, all white men are fragile?
Did I say that?
You did a little bit.
Yes. Fragile. You're saying white men are fragile in general.
In general, but that does not mean that every single YT man is fragile.
I think they all are.
So too. But I think Melanated is just being nice.
Yeah, you got rejected a lot.
I could be
Wait,
wrong.
what?
I mean,
What was that?
I have a husband sitting right next to me of 30 flipping years. I have a child older than you are, and probably a grandchild close to your age.
Jake, did you say that I've been rejected a lot?
No, I think he's talking to me.
Why you hate white dudes so much?
I was gonna say.
Why are we hating on our own race, man?
Because first of all,
Hey,
well, I
do
ain't
you
white,
think
so
I want to know if Grammy's husband is white.
I want to know why people are interrupting.
Why is that your business?
First of all,
not yours, his.
There is nothing a YT person can give me other than lice that I cannot get by a black person. There is nothing. No, I have not been rejected. I wish y'all would leave me the fuck alone. Right. That being said, I want to hear from Blake and then Andrew. Blake.
Howdy. How y'all doing today? I detect the pheromones of testosterone in this here room. You know, we release the most testosterone when we cry. So a lot of us men are in this comment section and coming up on this panel just weeping and weeping. We gotta chill out, partners, but let me narp real quick. I'm Blake No Sticks, the No Sticks of West Texas. Pardon me, that was my little one. I'm 38. Pronouns are he, they, and I'm blackety black. And to the question, why are white men so fragile? Well, we got to break it down. So first we got white, mailman, crackerman, chuckadillion. You got that. So that's already the worst thing off rip. And then you take them in. You take the patriarchy and you glue them together. What? That's why. That's why. You see, that's why. That's why we so fragile, because we got the patriarchy, right? And we got something that everybody allegedly wants to be, right? But you got beef with the sun. Y'all remember the New War of the Worlds when the aliens came down and they was like, we gonna take over this planet, but we're allergic to water, right? That's what chocodiles have done, except it's sunlight. So yeah, I think that's why they're fragile. They can't even handle no beams of light. All right, I'm done.
Massive W, my guy.
Wait, what was that, Dylan?
I just said massive W, my guy.
I didn't understand a word that motherfucker said.
We know, Andrew. We know.
Right. I see Hopeless is still hanging out. He wants to make it for 3 hours, huh?
All right, so you said I can talk now, right?
Is Hopeless still counting how many people you have in your life?
Probably mad because your numbers went up by 14 people. So he's mad now. Because those, in his mind, like, that's a big, massive deal. I don't know what he's going to do when you got 100 people in here in a little bit.
Right. Andrew, go ahead. I'm just gonna be checking something real quick.
Wait, what?
I said go ahead. Andrew.
Hello?
All right, go ahead. Floor's yours.
I just had a question. What is your idea of fragile?
Well, Hopeless is a perfect example of fragile.
Angry.
He's been crying for the last 3 hours in this comment section.
So we're saying that white men are like pussies, is what you're saying.
No, that's not the same.
That we don't like white men.
Like,
So do you think that pussies are weak?
I like them.
I think you did, Dylan. Good job. Good job.
yeah,
Go ahead.
Dylan, I agree with you.
Hey, Dylan,
When
weren't you
someone-
the one
when someone-
asking about John?
When someone says they're a pussy,
Yeah,
they mean
okay.
they're a bitch. But
Yeah, like you're scared. You're a coward. It's the same
Do you
meaning.
really think that pussies are weak?
Yeah.
I
Not
I
at
didn't
all.
work slang in this country.
Say,
It's called slang. Yeah.
is that what it is? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
You have to turn things feminine that women have, pussies.
I
women,
didn't. I didn't do
into
it.
Jake, ain't nobody talking, or nobody is talking to you then, sir. Please mute up. I'm talking to Andrew.
All right.
Yeah, Jake.
All right. So Andrew, because you're so fragile, you have to take things that belong to women and make them seem weak, knowing damn good and well how strong a pussy really is and what the vagina really is capable of doing,
No, not
and
that.
birthing your nasty ass and surviving and continuing on in this world. Somehow pussy equates to weakness. That's because men are fragile, and you can't accept that it's your balls. It's white, fragile men's balls.
So you went from
that are
white
so
fragile men
weak,
to every
that
man.
are so weak.
Because
Oh,
you
all
just
men
said
are,
that.
all white men are, or all white men are fragile.
You
All
said
of them.
all men. You just said all men.
Absolutely. I'll include all men then. Absolutely. All men.
all
Every
men.
fucking one of you.
Men
And all
are
of us white women.
exceptionally fragile.
And all of us white women.
So,
So
are you
we're
gay or
all
something?
fragile. Why don't you change the title to that? That's fine. Nobody would have a problem with that title.
Oh, you only have a problem because it's white men?
Because it's about
Because you're
men.
generalizing, yeah.
Right, that's your problem right there. You're upset. It's not even generalizing. It doesn't say all
Put your
white
ass up,
men.
Amy.
It's
All right, so
not
what were we on about?
generalizing.
Uh,
It literally
Yes, that's
says,
what it means.
why are
Come on.
white men so fragile? And if you don't identify with fragile white men, then why are you even up here? Because there's plenty of men in the comments that do not identify with white male fragility, and they're not up here defending it because they recognize that white male fragility is a real thing.
Grammy, I have a question for you. Do you think that we live in a patriarchy?
I'm not answering any questions for you.
It's not even your
That's what I
turn.
Because I don't
That's what I
have to.
fucking thought.
It's not even your turn.
Can I give him the right of way though?
No, because he shouldn't even be speaking.
Sorry.
So the person at the top, GNG, was actually next.
I'm just wondering what you mean by fragile. Like a full explanation of what it means.
Like fragile. Like, for example, the white men who think that YT is a slur, so they report the live. We've already had that tonight. The white men in the comments who say, oh, ham sandwich has got to go. I'm sorry. Absolutely not.
Not a ham sandwich.
Not happening. Sorry. Not doing it. No way. That's a fragile white man. Go look at his profile. That's a fragile white man. Men who come up here and run their mouths. Men who come up here and call women names because they can't have a conversation. Men who can't handle being blocked by the host when it's their live and their panel. Like, that's fragility. That's what we're talking about. If you've been in here for even a little bit of time, you've seen it. You've seen it right here in front of you. I know you guys know what we're talking about when we say male fragility.
Wait. But Grammy, isn't that kind of like hypocritical? Because you just got mad at what he said in the comments. Doesn't that make you fragile?
No, I didn't get mad at all. If I was mad, you would know.
I mean, you kind of
Frustrated.
deleted his comments and blocked him.
Frustrated. Yeah, I blocked him and removed his
Isn't that
comment.
what fragile is? You just that's
No.
literally the explanation you just gave us.
No, this live is an educational space, and he is a troll.
Yeah. Grammy. Fragile
So
is breaking down
actually,
evil.
I'm going to
Gonna
pose
say.
that white women are fragile as well. And I'm going to say that anytime you point out a fragility in Grammy or I, absolutely. We're whitey and we're fragile too. And
Hold
we
on.
own that. Oh my gosh, hold on. What?
Hold on.
Is that
So
fucking-
at this point, we went from just white men to white woman and every man.
All white people
Grr.
suffer
All
from
people-
white
so you're just trying to rage bait and try to get people to talk.
all
That's
of
crazy.
them.
Everyone. Yes, everybody has fragility in them. Everyone gets mad at some. Every person's fragile.
Not because of their race. White men are fragile because they're white men. That's what makes them so fragile. That's what makes them more fragile than other men.
That doesn't make
Because
sense.
specifically because they're white men.
You just hate white man. Just say that. Okay, so we're racist towards
Just say that you hate a white man. I don't hate white men at all.
just
I
need to
love
show him
white
some
men.
love.
I'm married
Just
to
like,
one.
we don't
But
hate
he's
you.
fragile just like the rest of them.
How you hate them?
I have a white SUV.
You're
I can't
defending
possibly hate white men.
I don't know how to respond.
I have teeth white and strips. I can't possibly hate white men.
I'm wearing white underwear. I can't.
Hey, Ryan, I bet you
What?
cried when Trump was pew-pewed. I'm sorry they missed.
Who cried?
Ryan in the comments.
Oh, poor Ryan. You cry at your little Trumpy Wumpy. Boo hoo.
It's getting
Blake,
political.
Hopeless is calling you racist.
What's up?
I say yippee to that because I'm trying. Because my pronouns are black and identity extremist. So let me know when them systemic effects hit you. Here's what I'm trying to happen. I'm trying to get mandatory vasectomies for any man who is under the age of 36. That's one of my things.
I think we should give them vasectomies as soon as they hit pre-puberty, right about 10 years old, maybe a little bit earlier. And then once they're in a stable relationship, married for several years, and in a very stable relationship with enough financial, wherewithal to care for a child and handle a child, then they should be able to go get it reversed. But until then, we should just snip them all.
Or women could just keep their legs closed.
It's
No,
men who
'cause
are
the men
responsible.
take it.
Wait a minute. It's men who are responsible for 100% of pregnancies. All of them. None of them would happen
It's also
without men.
women, though.
That's literally the same token as women.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. I'm not gonna say. Never mind.
Sex with another woman and I'm not going to get pregnant.
Okay, guys gotta have sex with their guys and not get pregnant either. Your point makes
Correct.
no
So
sense.
go have a good time
How
and leave
about
us
you
the
guys
fuck
go
alone.
do that and leave us eating? Thank you, Grammy.
Okay, you are half of the consenting party.
Are we always consenting?
Right, but without the male sperm,
that goes vice
I would
versa,
not
too.
get pregnant, and we are not always consenting.
Wait, so you can get pregnant off of like other sperm?
Without a man's sperm,
Without a woman's
would not
eggs.
get pregnant. Sir, do you not understand that I can have sex with a woman and we can both have eggs and we're still not going to get pregnant?
Are you really this dense that you don't
did take
understand that
sex
it's the
ed, right?
same logic backwards
This is
towards
the
you?
saddest thing I've ever seen that you do not
Your
understand.
brain is so smooth.
Your
Granny, I'm not gonna lie.
instructors,
Your brain
if
is
you took
literally
college
tiny.
classes, I bet your sex ed professor is spinning in circles right now. Because if one of my students came up on a panel and said some shit like that, I'd lose my mind. I would go to their home right now and drag them out of their bed and be like, what is wrong with you? I taught you better than that.
Grammy, it looks like
Is
you're a
that
little
not being
fragile right now.
fragile?
That's not nice.
I'm not nice. Get used to that. No women are going to be nice anymore. We're done. All of us.
There's still good men out there, Grammy.
Yeah.
You probably shouldn't simp for those men like that.
I'm married to a decent man, but there's very few of them left, and sometimes I even doubt him.
Okay, can we argue the point though?
Not good.
I want to ask: are we living in a patriarchy?
You already know the answer to that question.
Okay, so if we live in a patriarchy, which means men are at the top of the power, right? Agreed? How did men get to that power if they're so fragile? Does that mean that women are so incapable?
They're so
that they can't-
fragile. They took it. They came here. They stole land. They did all of these things. Men are fragile
those are not
AF.
qualities of
Men
like
steal
fragility.
things. Men
That's
do
not
that.
qualities of fragility.
Specifically white men. They are fragile. They can't build things on their own. They can't do things on their own.
Then how did we get in society?
Take.
So when we look at the history of the United States and how fragile white men are, we know that we couldn't even teach the correct history of the United States. We had to have our white women whitewash it to present a version of history that we were comfortable with. We see states like Florida trying to pretend like the black community that was enslaved learned skills, and so slavery was beneficial to them. We still continue to uphold a system that is geared towards benefiting us, and half of us can't even make it in that system. We're so fucking fragile. The reality is the system is geared towards us. It always has been in the entirety of the United States. and you're so fucking fragile that you can't share with anybody else. You have to make fake science about the biologies of race to make yourself feel better. You have to have a system that gives you a leg up because you can't do it on your fucking own.
Really, what's that system? Can you point to that system? Can you provide
Absolutely.
any evidence of that system?
Yes,
One's
absolutely.
in the chat. They're
So,
starting to
man,
get
shut your
fragile.
mouth. He's trying to
In
talk.
fact, I will. Why
Okay,
don't you
sure.
go ahead and pick a system, and I'll tell you where it is. Go ahead, pick a system.
Oh, he's thinking about that. Everybody drop F1s, hashtag TikTok shop, and give Silver a shout out too.
So go ahead, Dylan. You had something.
Yeah, the banking system.
The banking system, absolutely. So you know that currently, right now, with the redlining going on and things like that, there are numerous banks, including Navy Federal Credit Union, that were caught and are being sued for racial disparities in their banking and loan systems. You can go to their websites to check out what they're doing, and I think it's Wells Fargo, Navy Federal Credit Union, and there's a bunch more. Oh,
You can also look at Bank of Oklahoma.
Yes.
That happened last year, and I think it was October or November. It's a whole email chain of them like, these blacks aren't getting anything. Where are your heart? Literally.
Right, hang on a second. So I can see that Riley at the top is unmuting their mic. And I know that this person is going to spread misinformation. So I'm just giving you a warning right now. The moment you do, I'm dropping your ass to the chat. Now stay muted. And continue, Silver.
Okay, would you like to give me another system?
That doesn't prove anything. Just because there's a lawsuit doesn't mean that there's actual redlining going on.
So it is going on, and the data proves
it's not
it.
going on. I
And
can see
now
that.
they're bringing a suit. Well, I'm telling you, it is going on.
Okay, well, I'm telling you it's
Okay.
not.
Well,
You have to have actual proof.
And I
A
gave you
lawsuit
the
is not
proof of
proof.
it. It is.
No, a lawsuit is
because
not
the
proof.
data that they're using in the lawsuit, you can go and look at the lawsuit that was brought
but
against
there's
them.
counter data.
I'm sorry, I get that you're fragile and you can't stay muted and do
Okay,
it back
I get
and
that you're
forth.
stupid
Come
and
on.
you can't.
See, there it is. That's okay. I understand you're fragile. You want to talk about these things. But we have the proof and I'm trying to give it to you, but you need to name call
lawsuit is not
and you need to
proof.
talk over me. Within that lawsuit, the evidence that they're using to bring the case is that statistical stuff from Navy Federal Credit Union themselves. The banks themselves, their output and data for loans, we do have access to those documents. And those documents are in the charges brought against them. So you can see for yourself that it's happening.
Sorry, Silver. Melanated, check your Discord.
Both of us?
No, oh, either one. I want
Okay. So let's go to the medical system. All right. So do any of you guys like football? Are you excited for the upcoming football season?
I know John is.
I know it. You guys are excited for football? Do you know that the NFL came out recently and said that they were practicing medical racism? They admitted to it. Because in our education system, medical racism, the fact that race is somehow biological, which is absolute bullshit, but they use that. And what they were doing is they were saying that black players had lower cognitive brain function because they were black, and therefore could take harder hits on the head. And so when they looked at the payouts for their white players versus black players with head injuries, their white players overwhelmingly were paid more because, again, according to fake science that white people had to create in order to pretend that they were superior. And the
Well, they're
NFL came
definitely
out and admitted
racist
that.
white men, for sure.
So when we
They're
look
usually
at,
rich, though.
so no, that's the problem. It's the everyday white people that benefits from the system that continue to uphold it. We already talked about this.
You are
We
unmuted.
also know We also know in the medical field, and for anybody that wants the sources for any of this, just go to my link tree. I no longer show them on my screen because we know that people don't really give a shit. But if you go to the link tree in my bio, every source that I use for all of my, whether it's a debate or actually just talking about these sorts of topics, there's quite a few under deconstructing racism, especially for this next bit. Because when we talk about medical racism, and again, the idea of race realism that white supremacy and white fragility perpetuate in the United States is again the idea that white people have a higher cognitive brain function than the Black community as a whole. And therefore, they're more aggressive. The Black community is more aggressive. They commit more crime, which is a lie. That they are able to take greater amounts of pain. And because of these things, we see a disparity in women who unalive our maternal mortality rate. So Black women unalive 3 times higher of a rate than white women do in childbirth and pregnancy because of the disparities that we teach in our medical books that are nothing but white supremacist, racist nonsense. Would you like to pick another system? We can look at our social system when we talk about what is considered and deemed professional, because that standard has always been whiteness, to the point that we have to enact legislation, namely the Crown Act, to allow the Black community to wear their hair as it naturally grows out of their head and still be considered professional. And do you know that the majority of states are pushing back on that act because they don't think that should be allowed? Not understanding that all of the chemicals and things that Black women use in their hair to straighten it was damaging it and caused cancer. So let's go. Do you have another system that you'd like to bring up? Because we can do this all night. Every system in America is this.
I saw that Blake has his hand up.
Howdy. All I wanted to say about that there Crown Act, well, the first state that tried to use it and enforce it in order to protect a Black child at school, well, they already found a loophole. And since the school and their dress code didn't say anything about the length of the hair, and that's why they said his hair was just too long, and it was okay for them to expel him for doing that. I just wanted y'all to know that. So even when you make a law to protect us, you immediately renege and break your treaties, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what y'all do.
Okay. So wait, so who was asking about the different systems?
I'm pretty sure it was G and G. Think.
I didn't ask about no systems.
None of y'all are going to claim it now? I wouldn't either, honestly. That was a shit stance to take.
I'm just curious why the panel is saying white team men when you guys already agreed that it's not just men and that it's not just white men.
We're trying to lure more people in.
So Grammy and I have already admitted our weakness, our fragility. You white men, in fact, are the only men on the panel that are arguing against it.
Yeah, but now you're pointing fingers at us when if you're admitting to it, then well, yeah, kinda.
Aw, poor baby. Fingers are being pointed at you. You don't like that.
All right. If it was
Go get a baby
if it said
bottle.
why are
Come here
black
on here
men
to
so
daddy.
fragile, then there would be all
Andrew,
black
come here to daddy. Hey, Andrew. Did your
bald
daddy
ass
try
up
to go to
on the
therapy with you? Hey, listen here. Listen, you may have hair, but there's no brain beneath that epidermis that is your scalp. You understand what I'm saying?
trying to talk.
And you can say my name. You'll never say my name as many times as your dad did last night.
Bro,
Anyway,
give it up,
anyhow, what I'm going
You're
to say,
fucking
all
Why
I'm
are you
going to
talking like
say
slave
is
guys,
that's
bro?
how it
I don't
started. That
understand that.
Dylan, that's how it started. Give it up, bro. And then it went from there. You know what I mean?
But why are you doing a slave
Your dad
master
was there
voice? Nobody
too.
thinks it's funny.
Let me
Like,
tell
shut
you
your bald
something.
ass up.
I sound like your master? Is that what I sound like to you? Oh yeah, I bet you
your
like
accent,
that.
bro.
Yeah, okay.
I
Why don't
bet
you
you
just
see
use
this
your
big
regular voice,
old
though?
bald
It's just not
shiny
funny.
head of mine, and you just like, ooh, I want to run my fingers through that, huh?
Bro,
And see,
what?
this is white male fragility right here.
Like, why are
You
you
know what I'm
getting
saying? You
freaky?
can't hold up to a few questions. You know what I mean? You can't hold up to a few simple questions, and you can't even concede when you've been proven wrong time and time again. And this is by a white woman.
This dude.
Y'all supposed to want to protect
Like, can
them.
I please talk
Y'all
for a minute,
supposed to
man?
want to
Please.
protect them.
Let me
But
Just let
look
him
at you
talk,
doing.
man.
No, Andrew, not
Why?
until you show some decorum, because you can't mute. Dylan, you ain't muted. Mute up and I'm gonna stop. That's all I'm asking. I have a list
Why
of
do you want me
demands.
to mute?
Bam, one out of two. The next day, up
Well,
now we back down to zero. Here, I'll show.
Okay, so what I was saying is Silver made a point that
Unfortunately, Dylan did not mute. Oh, there he is. There he
oh
went.
my
Okay,
god.
finally. Okay, I'm done.
Okay. So
Andrew, be okay. I
no,
really,
let me talk.
Oh, do you need
Please
to
let me
talk?
talk.
Do you feel the need to talk? Do you just, is it a
No, you
burning
said
need inside of you
you
to
said
speak
why
right
are
now?
white men so
Is that
fragile?
okay?
You
Is
said
that all right, Andrew?
it's
You
all
just feel the
white men in
need.
here.
You just
You know
feel the
why? It's
need.
because
You
if it
feel
was
the
pointed
need,
towards
and you're
black
gonna
people, then they would
try
come
and
in
make
here and
fun
start
of
talking
me. You're
yeah.
gonna try and say, just fragile things because you need to speak. I know. It's okay.
It
Is
sounds like
that
you don't want
not
to hear
being
the truth.
fragile?
Is he not being fragile? Absolutely.
No. Are you not being
Oh,
fragile?
I've already admitted to it, right? Didn't we already
Yeah,
say?
but I'm
Okay.
admitting to being fragile. But
Okay.
then
I'll
So
just
let's
make
y'all
it
talk
are,
about our fragility then. Let's talk about the dangers of our fragility in the United States, right?
yeah, I already heard that, but it also doesn't make sense. You said a girl
So,
crying could get someone unalived,
yes. Do you know who
and
Emmett
then
Till is? Do you know who Emmett Till is? Do you know who
I
Emmett
believe
Till
I
is?
do.
So can you tell us what that story is? What did that white woman do?
I would not remember.
Okay, let me let you know because she lied. She lied on what a black child did. And her white tears got that black child unalived in a very, very harsh way. And so that is the example that I mean. In a situation where it's me and a black man, all I have to do is cry and say he was aggressive, and I'm going to be protected by the white patriarchy.
but see, okay. Look, I hear everything you're saying, and that's horrible
I know
that
it
that
is so
happened.
hard. You
That's
guys, hold on,
it's
Dylan.
horrible.
Let's let GNG rebut because they're the ones that addressed it first. So sit tight.
Okay.
You guys stop talking over each other.
No,
Are
yeah.
you saying that every time a woman cries, she may
Well,
kill
really
someone?
quick, GNG, before you respond, okay, and before you respond to Silver, I want to give you guys a little bit more information, and I want to challenge you to just do something very quickly, and then I'll have you respond to Silver, because I think you need to have a bit more information. Okay. So Carolyn Bryant is the name of the woman. I'm sure you've probably heard that name and just didn't know what it pertained to. Maybe her name is Carolyn Bryant. And Emmett Till was a kid, 13 years old, I think. A kid, a literal child, and he did not do anything. This woman lied, said that he did, okay, and then
You might want to check your notification there.
grown ass adult white men came and beat the crap out of this child. Trigger warning. And I'm telling you guys that because what I want you to do now is take a few moments and go outside of the app. All you got to do is just pull open your Google, and I want you to Google the name Emmett Till. 2 M's, 2 T's. EMMITT. Till. TILL. And I want you to put it on images. When you do that, I want you to go ahead and put it on image search. And I want you to look at those images. His mother purposefully decided, trigger warning, to have his casket open at his funeral so that photographers could take pictures, so that there would forever be a memory of what those white men did to that child, what that white woman, adult woman, did to that child. So take a minute, go outside the
That's
app.
just one scenario, though.
Listen, I don't care if it's one scenario or half of a scenario. Go look at the pictures and then come back. It's very simple. If you don't, then I'm going to question how genuine you are, because clearly you're not interested in learning anything, or you would take a moment and Google the pictures. In fact, I encourage everybody in the chat who's never seen those pictures to go right now and Google those pictures. I dare you. If you think you're not fragile, I dare you. Go look. His mom had to see those pictures. His mom had to see it up close, personal, and in real life. His family had to see it. Why can't you look at it?
Okay, what do I look up again?
Emmett Till. I'll put it in the chat. It's EMMITT. Oop, I almost spelled it wrong. Till. TILL. And then put pictures. Just simply type Emmett Till pictures. Is all you got to type. And I'm telling you now, be prepared, because you need a trigger warning.
It's such a privilege not knowing.
Right? And if you're not white, I do not
Okay,
suggest
so now,
that you go look
now
it
I've
up.
seen it. What
Give everybody
is
else a
that
minute.
supposed to do?
Give everybody else a minute to look.
Hey, Grammy, there's a part 2 to this lesson.
I know.
Whenever you're done.
I know. I figured you might want to do that.
Well, that was racist.
Oh, I didn't want none.
Hey, real meow. You're still crying. I even forgot that you existed. And I've actually been quiet. Very fragile.
So you don't think that this is perpetuating negative views?
Does the truth hurt your feelings?
No. I mean, it's just like, what
Why
is
is
the
that view
point?
negative? Why is that view negative when it's what reality is?
It's not necessarily the example you gave. It's just like, I just feel like this whole live is just perpetuating negative views, and I don't think that's what you're trying to do.
That be based on the behavior of the guys like you that have come up here and perpetuated those negative behaviors? Like, you guys are the ones
How?
that have
I haven't attacked
maybe
you.
maybe not you, but guys in general are the ones that have come up here.
Oh,
and
no,
chosen
Dylan,
Well, I'll
those
tell you
views
why they
correct.
do it. They do it because they take offense to what you're saying.
Because they're fragile.
Yeah,
That's
not
why
necessarily
they're
because
doing
they-
it.
No, it's just like men. I mean, I will be honest. Men, typically, that's the first thing they're gonna do is just attack you if they get offended to stuff. I mean,
Yeah, it's called testosterone.
yeah.
We know that men have zero impulse control, and that's what we're trying to highlight. because that zero impulse control is fragility.
But that's
You are
not all men, though. Just like you said, I'm not like that.
Listen,
I'm a toaster.
Came up here.
I'm a toaster.
Hold on, Dylan. We got another.
We got a
We've got-
toaster on our hands.
We got a posty toaster.
Come on, let's get on with it, Posty. Bring it on. Show us how fragile you are.
I have a question though. Wait, why?
What do you,
Why?
no, Nate. You're gonna wait. Posty wants to be centered. Let's just post. Let's center Posty here for just a few minutes.
Please,
Go ahead.
please don't talk so loud.
Everyone talk really loud.
Oh, posty toaster, what you got?
I'm scared.
Are you? What are you scared of?
Women.
Well, y'all were antagonizing him as soon as he came
Were
on.
we?
You wanted him.
Were we
Yes.
antagonizing him?
A little
Dylan,
bit.
you
Yes.
probably shouldn't simp for you should not simp for him. Don't do
Well,
that.
I'm not.
Silver,
Hey,
so we
give
are,
everybody
so we
a
are,
chance.
wait,
Don't
so
you
we
know-
are,
Doing it, Dylan. You are
Hey,
doing
Dylan.
it.
we are,
Dylan.
Oh,
we are
yeah.
using slang.
Andrew,
We are
don't
using
cape
slang.
for Dylan. Don't cape for Dylan.
Dylan.
It's like having toddlers. I swear to God.
Hey, Dylan.
Can I speak my piece now?
No.
No,
Dylan.
Yeah.
Dylan. You know, when you simp for other men, you're actually generalizing yourself. You put yourself into that category.
What do you mean? How am I
And someone
simping
is
for him?
asking in the chat, why are you so fragile?
I don't think he's fragile.
The thing is,
Pants.
every guy that has jumped up here had the option at the start of this live. Do I sit in the comments and support these women and femme presenting people? Do I tap the screen and show my support? Or do I jump up here and act like an a-hole and say, what about me and poor men? And every single guy, with the exception of Blake, because now Dylan's done it too, every single guy has gotten up here and literally proved the point, because clearly you're identifying with that fragility, or it wouldn't even bother you. When I see a live that says white people are fragile or white people are racist, I don't jump up in it and be like, but not me. And neither does Silver. Neither does many of the white people or, non-black people that I know.
Are you
Nobody
fragile?
does that because they don't identify with it.
Hey, Grammy,
But
how does
you
that
all
go
do.
again? How does that go again?
Grammy, are you
How does that go
fragile?
again? Hmm?
Grammy, are you fragile?
Not me.
That is hella fragile.
that. I'm a good one. Woohoo.
It's not that funny, Silver.
Oh, it was amazing. It was amazing. It has so much more behind it than you could imagine. You were the poster child of it as well.
Wait, Silver, how old are you?
Probably your mom's age.
Wait, well, how old are you though?
Old
She
enough.
looks like she's 66.
Hell yeah. Right on, I look like I'm 66.
I'd say like 40.
Ow! Even better. Who else? What you got for me?
39.
Oh, I appreciate that.
No problem.
I know y'all are all full of shit. Some of you went low trying to be nice, and then the rest of you went too high trying to be mean. That's funny as shit. I'm 46.
So you think that being nice is going low? How is that possible?
We're
What?
just trying to be friendly.
Yeah, see, I was just pointing it out. Don't be so offensive. It's
I was
okay.
just being honest.
High or low, the point is you were not honest with your opinion, which also speaks to your fragility. Because if you weren't so fragile, you'd have just said exactly what you really thought.
I was honest.
Speaking of
66.
fragile, Hopeless is still crying in the comments.
Shut up.
Quit muting me.
It's been
Oh
like
my
4
God.
hours.
It has been. Oh my gosh, Hopeless, go drink some water.
Selective
He's gonna be
perception, echo
leaving
chamber.
comments on your videos tomorrow, just so you're aware, and you'll probably get an inbox like I did from Michael Myers.
If you guys do, please tag me in it. I would greatly appreciate the tag. I love the support. I'm trying to get over 4,000 lives. That's actually a pretty impressive whistle. Is that your whistle? Yeah, that's really impressive. Oh, that wasn't impressive. Try a little lower. Can you do it a little lower? Is that Andrew?
I don't know, but that's the sound that his mom makes when she's sucking his dick because his dick's so small.
What?
That's why he's so good at it.
Wait, what? Wait, Grammy, can you say that again, please?
She got muted. Finally, she shut up.
I didn't get muted. I have the controls over the mute button, buddy.
The controls.
Grammy, can you
And
please
just in
repeat
case
that?
everybody didn't hear me, what I said was, that's the noise his mama makes when she's sucking his dick because his dick is so little.
Yeah.
You know what?
Nah, why she
Me
talking to you like
personally,
that?
I wouldn't take that.
Yeah, why she talking to you like that?
He's mean.
You can allow that.
I wouldn't take that neither, partner. Them's fighting words.
Leanne, why are you being microaggressive?
I'm dumbfounded.
But seriously, I would not take that.
And are you so mad because you don't have balls to stand up for yourself? Boo-hoo, Leanne. Boo-hoo.
Yeah, no, give it a second. Dylan will cape for Leanne. Hold on, give him a moment.
That's what she's waiting for.
Yeah, why? Y'all just gonna attack me?
Come save her. That's what she's
Yeah,
waiting
you guys don't
for.
let us talk.
Well, then again, when you look like you're high on LSD, I mean, that's all you can really do.
LSD. Wow, there's a blast from the past.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking the same thing.
Hey, I'm just saying, rest in peace. Rest in peace, Chris Cornell. Black hole sun.
Is that her?
Won't you come?
No.
Wait. Here we go.
Y'all remember that video? Y'all remember that video? And then like their faces were stretching out. This woman, I'll tell you, she has perpetuated a lot of white supremacy in her life. That is that Frozen. Just keep smiling and it'll be over soon. This transmission has 300,000 miles on it. She is about to break. Do not let her be a nurse. I'm just letting you know. It's dangerous.
Blake, you know she's probably a nurse.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Blake, she's probably making
it's
more
giving
money
Kathy
than you, bald
Bates.
bitch.
Did you
Oh my
save her?
goodness, Andrew.
Andrew, I have a master's degree. Thank you very much.
Oh no, she probably makes more money than me. But guess what? Guess what? I bet you I get invited to more parties. You broke as hell.
I bet you're a whole hell
I
of
bet
a
you
lot
more people
more fun
check in on me.
Or two, probably.
They'll make money than go to parties.
Definitely, it definitely tastes
I
better.
bet you. I bet you at 4:00 in the morning when I'm feeling alone, I got a lot of people to call. I got a lot of people to check up on me.
Okay.
Will somebody drive an
You
hour
don't have to go
just
to
to come
parties
hang
that
out
long.
with you? Hold on, Andrew.
No, you don't have to
I've
have a
moved
lot
on
of
from the
friends.
parties. I've moved on to the party. I've moved on from that. If I was in a mental health crisis, I have people who I could call and they would drive 5-10 hours for me just to make sure I was okay. I am a misogynist. I'm inherently misogynistic, and what of it? Here's the thing, man. It's the othering for me. Like, I don't need anybody to defend me. Do I come up here ever and be like, this is what I don't do that. This is about the subject. All right. And the subject right now is Cindy Lou Who Done It. This is a Netflix special in the making. Okay, I'm done.
I would mute after that too. So what are we gonna go on about?
Oh, poor Andrew. He needs a baba too.
What?
Hey, Grammy.
Baby bottles in the chat. Baby bottles in the chat.
I believe I'm younger than everybody in this chat, but
How young are you?
I'm 15, raised in a non-hate area.
Bye.
That sounds like a kick. Bye-bye.
Toodles.
Oh,
Too
the
young.
audacity of youth.
Do.
To be young again, to be young and foolish.
I don't know if it's boldness or stupidity.
Boldness.
It's boldpidity. It's
Boldpidity, yes. It's
bold.
boldpidity.
It's bold and spicy, you know, or like bold and mayo-y. Bold and bland. Ooh, I like that one. Bold and bland.
Yeah.
Have
Right.
you heard this before? Have you heard this before? We're prepared to hear it again like you always have heard it. That's the promise. I used to be an adventurer once until I took an arrow in the knee. Looking at.
Are you zooted right now?
You're.
Oh, okay. That understand. That makes me understand it. There's a lot of shit talking in the
What
chat.
you understand? Hey Andrew, what you understand? Tell me what you understood about what I said.
I mean, you're kind of mumbling. You sound fucking retarded.
Oh, and that is ableism.
Get rid of
Can
him.
we eject him?
I'm already on it.
Ooh.
Yeah. But it's so funny. You complain about misogyny and so-called reverse racism, but ableism is okay for you guys in the chat, right? Yeah, especially you, Hopeless.
Here's what I don't get is that people act like being told that they're racist or that their behavior is racist or that they've done something racist is the end of the world. And I think we've had this conversation before that, like, I see it very differently. Like, if you or Blake or someone were to come to me and say, Grammy, you did this thing, it was a racism, you know, I would look at that as like a learning opportunity because I obviously didn't know it was a racism or I wouldn't have done it, right? And so I would totally look at it as a learning opportunity. And I just do not understand why people I don't get it. Like, it's not the end of the world. Like, you can change being racist. I had a guy literally tell me he'd rather be called a puppy unaliver than a racist. That was Frizz Freight, by the way, right here on this app. I got the video. Might even be on this account. He'd rather be called a puppy unaliver. The most ridiculous
But
thing I've
Hopeless,
ever
you're
heard. You
misogynistic, so
can't unalive a puppy, but you can get unracist or less racist.
Wow,
Leanne, what
Hopeless
was your
gets
undergrad
some love
in?
really fast.
Leanne, what was your undergraduate in? What should be something like really useless?
What's their degree in? Because I didn't catch it. Or did they say yet?
Yeah, blowing sounds accurate.
Oh.
Leanne. if
Ryan, you're the
you
one that
don't.
started it. So what are you talking about? Does Hopeless think that he's gonna find an ally in John?
Oh my gosh.
I think
Like Hopeless
I
has
like the
been
strategy.
racist,
I,
misogynistic, ableist.
I'm rooting for Hopeless.
Leanne, either put a request up or want to bring that jump scare back up. That was like in the Babadook. You remember that one scene where he was just standing by the door? That's you. She put a request. Oh, there we go. Whoa, jump scare.
That was quick. You see, men?
Look, Leanne, don't do that. Warn us before you jump up.
That's because you guys think you're having some kind of like smart debate on here, but y'all sound fucking stupid.
This is not a debate space, Leanne.
What is that? YT, you guys had made no point on
Oh
this
my
live
God.
since the
You just asked me a question and I tried to answer it, but now you're talking.
because I don't really care what you have to say.
Well, too bad you're going to get a goddamn
I don't
answer.
have
This is not a debate space. This is a conversation, Leanne. It
conversation.
started as a conversation, but instead,
No.
a whole bunch of emotional white men jumped up here and started showing their asses. So we were unable to actually get to the conversation about male fragility, specifically white male fragility, which is
Why
the
aren't you
point of
talking
this
about female
live.
fragility?
So I
Because
so I
this live is about white male fragility.
so
We
I
can
asked
do
a
another
question.
live tomorrow about female fragility, but tonight we're talking about this topic. If you'd like to start another topic, you have the freedom of speech to go onto your panel and start one. But this is the topic that the host has chosen. Like, I don't know what people don't understand. Every creator has the right to do with their panel what they want. And I would come and support each and every one of you to be able to do whatever you want with your panels. And I think it's wild as hell when people jump up here and try to change the topic or cry about the topic. If you don't like the topic, just go to a
How are you
different
gonna
live.
shut the fuck up?
No, I'll keep talking now, Leanne. I was literally done, but now I'll just keep talking. Again, like I was saying, if you don't like the live, if you don't like the topic of the live, or like Leanne, if you're too fragile to have the fucking conversation, scroll the fuck out.
You don't like what I had to say.
You haven't really said anything, to be fair.
Neither of you guys. You guys have said not one word, but made fun of everybody.
Maybe
No,
that's
we
because
made
we've been
fun of
being
you.
harassed by men.
So Dylan, GNG, do you
Sorry,
guys
sorry.
remember? Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. Do you guys remember when I told you that white women are fragile too? I would like to give you Exhibit A.
Bingo. Or ding, ding, ding. I guess not a bingo. I didn't mean to scare everybody. I don't have a bingo.
I could make a white
So
fragility
your whole
bingo
point
for
of the
women.
live is just to show how people have defensive reactions
Actually,
when
we were trying to
confronted with
conversation.
issues of race and privilege, right? Race and
Dylan.
privilege.
We were trying to have a conversation originally, but then you watched it. You were here as all of these men jumped up here, started attacking us, calling us names, and saying nasty things for literally no reason. Like, you were here, bro.
Exactly what you did to me. When I asked one simple question.
So nobody can hear you, Leanne, because God.
No, Silver, we were winning. You should have just let it go.
Ancestors were
We
at
could have
work.
just moved
I'm
on.
so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hold on, Dylan.
You know she's screaming into her pillow. That's why it's muffled. She's so She can't be so hot. You're so aggressive. I feel really scared. I don't feel safe. I really don't. I feel really uncomfortable right now.
Before you
Leanne,
talk
you
to
need to
me,
be
I
more
probably need your
professional.
name,
Listen,
race, and
I need
your pronouns.
excuse me,
Name, race, and pronouns, please.
Leanne.
Excuse me,
'Cause I
Leanne.
need to know if I'm talking to a
You're not
YT
the
person or a
captain
black
here.
person.
You're talking to yourself. I'm your shadow self.
But you're
I'm
talking back to me.
Leanne. Dark Leanne. Other Leanne.
I'm actually YT, not dark. But-
We can tell by your
we're
behavior,
YT.
Leanne.
Yeah, because I'm racist as
We can
fuck.
tell.
Yep, I'm racist.
We
Go
can
ahead,
tell
keep
by
going.
your behavior. We knew
I was told the other day I was racist because I
even
like
without a
Eminem.
picture. Even without a picture, we would have
Oh,
known you
wait
were
a
white, Leanne.
minute. Grammy.
Did you get a bingo?
No. Did you hear what she just said?
No, I wasn't listening to her flap her gums.
She was told that she was racist for
Uh-huh.
liking M&Ms. I bet you she was in Pizza's Live.
You know she was.
I think actually
Oh,
she probably was.
You went from
were in
Pizza's Live
Pizza's
to my live? Are
Live.
you?
Oopsie
Oh my
poopsie,
goodness.
Leanne.
See, the thing is that I don't know
Please
any of you
don't
guys, and you'll
go
never
Oh,
fucking see
listen.
me again. So anything you guys say means
without a
absolutely
friend
nothing.
at all.
Leanne, poor
I'm on there,
Leanne,
raindrops
she
on my
bought
Of all
pillow,
people.
but I can't see it all. Even if I could,
Funny how you
it would
guys are
all
like
be
acting
great.
like
Put your
children.
picture on my wall.
like them
It
white men were earlier, you
reminds
mean?
me that it's not so bad.
And it
It's
wasn't
not
Pizza's
so
Live. It
bad.
was fucking
Dear
Butterfly.
Pizza, I wrote you, but you still ain't calling. I left my IG, my Snapchat, and my TikTok at the bottom. I see.
Wait, I have a question. Brian, who do you think the host is? Because the fact that you're getting two black people mixed up is kind of irking me.
Well, especially when your box is like the big box and it has the
Right.
hashtag sticker and the thing that says host. Like, it's mind blowing. They don't even look at the screen. They don't. That's why they never know what the conversations are when they get in the box, because they just scroll in, they hear YT, and then they hit that button super fast. They never even pay attention to what's actually flipping happening.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I have, I've got good pipes as well. I'm just saying. I haven't even been displaying them.
Can you use those pipes to sing Leanne a lullaby? Have her drift off into white heaven where everybody has a AR and all
So,
the black
Grammy, I'm
people smile and
assuming
cut
since
grass.
you
Or
think all YT men
Leanne,
are like terrible that you
yeah,
don't date YT men, correct?
Leanne, my husband is white.
gross.
I never said that all white men are terrible. I said all men are fragile and white men are especially flipping fragile.
I can't
Gosh,
read
I
the
hope you're not one of
Exceptionally
those.
so.
I
I
hope you're
can't
not
read
one
the
of those.
whole
Yeah, I don't
topic
know why you're
because there's a
talking over
big
me.
box over it.
Oh gosh, I hope you're not one of those that only dates black men.
I don't date, no. I date white men, actually.
All right, stick to that.
I do.
Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. You're
Did she
giving me a
say
particular
only white
vibe.
men?
I
No,
said I
it was. She
date
said
white
it was
men.
it was the emphasis on date that got me though, right? Only
I'm
date
doing it on
white men.
purpose
I don't
because
know.
you guys make it so
I know
easy.
you are. I'm examining that. I'm just examining that.
I've
She
dated
said
black
only
men, I've
date
dated
white
white men.
men. Oh, do you see how she's altering it? Do you see? Because you know you caught.
Yes,
You
yes.
can call me
Ooh,
racist all you want, and I
ooh.
really don't care.
Do you think dating black men would mean that you're not racist?
Well, I
Because you're
didn't say
wrong.
that.
There's
Did I
plenty
say
of
that?
people, white people who have black kids and black spouses, and they're still racist AF and don't
But did
even
I
know it.
say that? Did I say that doesn't make me racist, or did I say I date white men and I've dated black men? So don't put words in my mouth
No,
because I
see
didn't
that
say anything else.
alteration. You said
I haven't
you
dated
said
a
only
black
date
man
white
since I was a
men.
teenager. So no, I don't date black men anymore. So
Oh, okay. Well, the revisions. the revisions is wild.
They just keep coming.
Dylan, you don't want a cape for her. I promise you, you don't.
I kind of like her,
I know.
but that's because she said she
You
likes white men
identify
and
with her
non-white men.
whiteness, Dylan,
I
and you
know.
identify with her
Dylan's trying to
fragility.
make a love
Do
connection.
you guys? Do you know what color you are?
Says,
Why
my
are you up
God.
here? That's all you're like talking shit about your own race. It's so
Oh my
weird.
God. Oh my God. Holding
Wait,
my race accountable for the atrocities it's done in this country. OMG. What
Did
is
you
wrong?
Did you just
own?
call?
What
Did you
is
did you
wrong?
personally do something?
So yes, I personally, as a white woman, especially as a white woman, benefit from the system that is currently in place that harms and oppresses the Black community.
And you caused that yourself?
I uphold it and I benefit from
Well,
it
why do you?
just like you do because I have no choice. And so I'm going to stand and dismantle it. I'm going to be a part of fixing and making it better.
And this
And not
TikTok is
just
fixing
sitting
it?
back and like, this is a start. This is where I got my
No,
start.
not
This is
TikTok.
where I learned.
Hatred leads
I'm
to
a
more
veteran.
hatred.
No,
What have you
we
done
can
to
stop
fix
talking.
that?
Not
So listen,
everybody can afford college, Leanne.
hey, let me answer. All right.
No,
And
Black
let's not
people
talk
get
over
a
me.
lot of scholarships.
Leanne, shut
Actually,
the fuck up. Shut the
no,
fuck up, hun.
no.
Shut the fuck up.
Or what?
Oh, I know. Or what? Or what? Shut the fuck up.
You're
There's no
literally an
or.
internet
It's
warrior.
some
That's it.
crazy colonizer mindset that there has to be this violent or what. Because shutting the fuck up as a white woman is so fucking hard for her that there has to be a
No, it's not
physical
as a white
or
person.
what?
It's just as a
Or
woman.
what?
Not
Or
Can I
what?
just
Or
say
what?
that?
just a
Can I just say that we
just a
know
woman.
for a fact Leanne definitely would have owned slaves.
Yeah, you're probably right.
She would have rented slaves, melanated. She would have rented them. She is renter owning her own identity. She don't, she
I
don't
rent
own nothing.
my furniture, but never a fucking slave. You guys don't even
What
make
did
any
I
sense.
tell you? What did I tell you?
Make
Can I pick
no
them? Can I
sense
call
at
them out or can I call them out? You see how good I am?
Because you know one thing about my life at all.
I deduce, check this out. I deduce from what you said, right? I deduce that you do a lot of renter owning, all right? So you're a person of poverty. I also deduce that you have had relations with black men, right? Even though you said you only date white men. So I know at least
No,
two things
now I
about
only
your
date
life.
white men.
What
But keep
lets me
going.
know now an alteration, a revision. Here you go, seamstress. We're out of thread and the needles are my words. I'm just putting holes in you. That's
You
all.
also deduced I was a
Anyway,
nurse. But keep going.
yeah, I did. Yes, yeah. Do you see how?
I'm
Do
not
you
a
see
nurse.
how? Listen, I'm a whole problem on this app.
I don't know what
I
that
said
means.
I didn't deduce it. I said don't be a nurse.
And then you guys were like, she is a nurse. She probably is a nurse. You're right.
You guys didn't say that. I said don't be one.
The whole panel said that I was a nurse.
Now you're lying because I'm the one that said that. Me. I said, you know, blacks.
And then you guys all talked about it amongst yourselves.
I said, I hope to God not.
What about some positive representation? What about like providing positive and accurate
And this
representation?
is not the time, Dylan. Dylan. Do
You ain't
yourself
gonna
a
get
favor.
positive in
Challenge
here.
negative stereotypes and promote a more balanced
Dylan.
view.
Just wait.
All right. Well, when y'all ready, just I'll go first.
So this all
Balanced
started
view.
because I asked
I took a different one.
and then they put my picture on the big screen and just talk shit about me the whole time. That's how the whole thing started. And you're sitting here
The whole
crying about
time?
white men.
She's probably telling
The
her
whole
husband.
time?
No, actually, it's my daughter.
Oh, her daughter. Oh, boo-hoo.
Are we being tattled on? Oh my God, that's so amazing.
These
You
white
know that
women
you
are
guys
really
are the
loud.
ones that sound like fucking
Hey.
children.
I hope your kid
Hey,
educates
yo.
themselves before they're as harmful to other people as you are.
Hey, your mom is a racist, and so are you.
Making some sense.
So is your grandma.
So is your daddy. So is
I
your
just
great
told you guys to fuck
grandpa.
off.
You're all a bunch of racists. Yeah, that's what a racist would say. Anyway,
Oh,
you're
I'm
you're
telling
just
a
like your
white person
mom.
and a black person to
Congratulations.
fuck off. How is that racist?
Uh-huh.
You called a
Everything
black
is
woman
racist now.
angry.
Everything is racist. Boo-hoo, fucking
Did
cry.
you hear,
Boo-hoo,
Yeah, you're
Leanne? Did you even hear the
cry,
host?
fucking cry. Get a bottle, fucking cry, racist.
You're crying right now, you dumbass.
Cry,
Did you
cry,
even hear the host when they just spoke to you?
cry, cry,
I got the button.
cry, cry.
No, because she was crying.
What you guys been doing the whole time? Haven't heard one
Don't
word.
bring your kids in on these conversations because I listen. Your children can learn all about you too. You listen. You cannot be. You know how cute my kids are. Of course you don't, because I put my kids on these apps.
I don't even know how my
Come
kids
on,
are.
man.
Nobody cares.
Listen. No, I don't. We didn't ask about your children. That's weird. Why would you tokenize them? I don't.
How
That's
about your
weird.
children? That's
No, it's not.
saying you don't put your kids on. You don't know how
How
old
is
my
that weird?
It doesn't matter
I
how
don't want to
old
know
your
how old
kids
your
are. I don't
children
care if they're
are.
50.
I don't want to know anything about you. I want to know what you think about this white man is
to
so
prove your
fragile.
point that you have to keep muting me because you don't want to hear anything
I'm not muting
I have
you.
to
I'm
say,
not
so you keep
muting
muting
you.
me.
Leanne,
If
actually,
you would
I'm
just
trying
mute,
to respect the black man who is speaking by muting you.
So
So
only
that
black
you can
people should be
speak.
respected?
yes. Okay. Anyway, if you could just stay on mute yourself, we'll get to, we would get to the point. We don't have to do this. You could just literally just say what you think about the topic and
I've been
stop
trying
being
to,
so
but you keep
awkward and
muting me.
yelly.
So
No,
how is
you
that even
haven't,
possible?
Leanne.
That's because I have,
Leanne.
since I came in,
And it
Leanne.
will keep happening.
attacked for no reason.
You keep being
Leanne.
aggressive and disrespectful, Leanne. If you can have a normal conversation, then you will not be muted. But if you're going to speak over black people, you will get muted. Period. And if you don't like that, leave. No one can hear you because you got your phone muffled, jackass.
So you can, that's not disrespectful? Oh,
Not at
that's
all.
right.
When you're
I'm
being
white,
a
so you can
jackass,
disrespect
no.
me. Forgot,
You've
I'm
been a
white.
jackass the entire time you've been up here.
You
With
literally
your
told
fucking
me.
picture next to your face.
You
With your picture next to your box lighting up. With all of the hateful shit you've said. You've just continued to spew it. And
What
I
have I
can't
said
wait
that's
to
hateful?
clip it. I can't wait to clip it and plaster it the fuck everywhere, Leanne.
What have I said that's hateful?
That jump scare was hateful AF.
Your whole behavior has been hateful, Leanne.
Example. Give me an
Black
You are
supremacy,
acting
Silver.
aggressive. You're being nasty, Leanne.
You didn't tell me I will.
You're gonna keep getting muted till you shut the fuck up and stop talking.
Nah, I'm good.
Nah, then leave.
Leanne, do you remember when I said you've been perpetuating white supremacy for a long time? When I said I could tell in your smile, I could tell in your teeth, in your eyes how vacant, how there's no shine. There's so much light in that picture. You may have even used a flash, but those eyes, they caught no light. You got to dismantle. It's breaking you down.
I don't know
It's
what that
really
means.
sad. I pity you.
I know. Well, I'm literally just being a bitch, but they call it racist. So
Well, now, Leanne, if you talk
No,
like
you were
this,
being
we'll be able to have a
racist.
good conversation. If
I'm
you
trying to figure out how I was being racist. I want.
I would
came
like.
here hot.
Oh,
What?
Yep.
Sorry.
Sorry, no, that's okay. I kind of lost my point. I was gonna say that you came in here completely heated in the chat and then on the panel, and you wonder why we're meeting you where you are. If you can't see that, we can't. Stop talking over him. Stop talking
I
over
haven't
me.
been able to talk since I've been in here. Oh my.
Good, because all you do is say problematic shit and you wonder why, and I'm trying to help you the fuck out. I'm actually caping for you. Shut up, Leanne.
Okay, go ahead. Out.
Oh, shut up. Good. It is about time. Now listen, you came up here heated AF, You haven't tried to engage respectfully in any type of conversation. I mean, at least Dylan was kind of polite when he came up here to talk to us, but we meet you exactly where you are, and now you're crying about it. You told us about another live of a mutual that we know who does that live, and you were crying about being called a racist in their live too.
Instead of
come up
trying to
here-
understand why. Instead of trying to understand why.
You come up here and show all of us your fragility. It's coming right out of your mouth. You cannot even engage as an adult with the topic.
So
And
can I
and then
speak
you
now?
turned, no, I am not done, 100% not done, because your behavior is fucking egregious. And then you sat there and cried to your fucking daughter about the way we were treating you, as if somehow we trapped you in this space and told you you couldn't leave and you had to sit here and take it. So you dealt it out to us. And then when it came time for us to return the favor, you ran to your fucking daughter crying about how you were the victim of what we were doing, understanding full well that you perpetrated it and did it first. So Dylan, when we talk about, guys, when we talk about white women tears and we talk about Emmett Till and we talk about shit and you're like, well, it's not happening now. That's the shit we're talking about. That's what we're talking about in light format.
Can I talk now?
Can you be respectful?
Well, I guess, I mean, yeah, I'll be respectful, but I should be
Good.
able
Then
to,
grab
I should
that
be able
intestinal
to,
fortitude by your fucking bootstraps and pull it up and have
okay.
it respectful, because we're not going to let you
I,
talk.
sh-
We are
I should
not.
be able to,
No,
I
you
should
should
be able,
not. 100%. After what you did in this space and on this
you
panel,
still
you
didn't say
should
what I
not.
did.
You should not. And I just went through what you did.
Okay, but you're
You
not
know
letting me
what you
say
did. You
anything
literally
to,
told your daughter you were being a bitch to us.
Because I asked. Is that a problem?
Yes, because your mom is
Yeah,
being
it's a
a
problem.
bitch, and yes, it's a problem because she
No,
came
you're
into
my
our space
I'm
doing
sorry.
that, and then
I'm
turned around and
sorry. I
cried about
believe.
it.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. This is a whole child who should not be in here.
he's
I am
actually
not
18
like
years
we need
old,
to
but
drop.
okay.
I hear a 12-year-old. There's
She's
no way we
not
can verify
12.
that. Can
Are
we
you
drop
kidding
her?
me?
No child.
Can we please
She's
drop her?
not a
Because we have
child,
no
but okay,
idea.
go
She's a
ahead.
child. And the fact that as her mom you don't recognize that is really fucking sad.
How the
Goodbye.
fuck do you know how old she is?
You just said
She's
it. Daisy.
18. How
And
old do you
that's
have to
still a
be?
fucking child,
It's
Leanne. Do you know
actually
anything
not
about
a
the brain?
child.
Do you know anything about the brain, Leanne? It's very much still a child.
With the way you're acting, I'd say you're still a child too.
Hell yeah, white women are fragile AF. Thanks for
Biggest
reminding us
fucking
that.
child.
But don't
You better
worry,
respect your ass about it.
because
I'm the
Leanne already
biggest
let us
fucking
know.
kid. And
Leanne, she's
I
not
will
even old enough
argue
to
like
drink
a
alcohol.
fucking kid.
Okay,
So
so why are you going and insulting Leanne's child and
Because
saying,
Leanne's a bitch, and I didn't insult Leanne's child. I insulted Leanne. I feel sorry for Leanne's child. I insulted Leanne. Leanne is an ignorant fucking bitch who is setting a bad example for her child.
Quit
And I
caping for
didn't. I
her
didn't
because you're
insult her
making
Not
child.
say something nice to each other.
You're making the point again. You're the white men that are coming to her rescue when she cried foul after being a bitch in the comments to us and then up here
to
on the
be
panel.
fair,
And you're
to be
coming to
fair, I
us.
said one thing
Yeah,
about
absolutely. You
you guys
caped
being
for her. I
fragile, and then
know
you
you
started hating
caped
on
for
me.
her. You caped for her, and so did Dylan. And it's okay because that's what we're talking about. Again, you walked face first into the point. Thank you for doing that. Now, please learn from it.
hey Dylan, thanks for the follow.
Yeah, no worries. You gonna follow me back?
We'll see.
All right, cool.
Doesn't Dylan sound a little bit like Alpha Alpha Alpha?
Yes.
I still
But
don't.
you know,
Oh, go ahead.
but you know what? To be fair, Alpha 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 was still better than Jackrabbit.
By far. And both Alpha 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 and Jackrabbit have brought us some very fond giggles.
Listen, I still don't have confirmation that Alpha 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 is even a real person.
Listen, you got to download that live so melanated so that
I
Silver
think
can
I
see it.
did.
Oh, amazing. I have to go check it out then.
It was like, I can't even tell you. It was like the wildest fucking live.
Hey, Grammy.
It was the Jackrabbit for me.
Grammy's got a fan.
Oh,
Grammy, do you have a
God.
therapist?
Do I have a therapist?
But how do you just come up here
Like
and
a
start talking?
Current? You mean like currently, like right now, today? No, I don't have a therapist right now, today. But I have been in therapy in the past, and I will do therapy again in the future because I think therapy is important for everybody.
You need it.
I know. Everybody needs it.
You and Silver just attacked. Like, I know that lady was wrong. You guys just attack her and go.
You know what's really funny? Right?
Like, GNG was right.
Yeah, I don't know why you're talking. See, that lady is
Like,
the
get a
same type of
therapist,
lady
not
that
alive.
would. Yeah, why are you talking? If I have to
I'll
mute
talk
you one
whatever I
more
want.
time,
Oh
okay,
my
you
God,
can go.
don't kick me. Trump 20.
Right. That
Not
lady
now,
is the same
motherfucker.
type of lady that will call the cops on you. And then you will cry.
There's the point again. He came up and called us aggressive and all these terrible things, knowing that she deserved it because of what she did starting it. He came up here to cape for her. So again, that's the example of what white women tears do.
Right.
Hey
And we
guys.
weren't even talking about her. We were talking about Alpha 3 and Jackrabbit.
Right.
Hi guys.
Because I was going to ask a question. So my question, actually, this question is for all the men on the panel, right? Dylan, I say this all the time in real life. And I mean Dylan in the chat, not the one on the panel. So my question is, after Grammy explains the whole Jackrabbit thing, do any of you men fall into the same category?
Okay. So we had a guy come up, and we were already talking to this Alpha 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 guy. Alpha Alpha Alpha. And he, I'm assuming it was his buddy. I think they were buddies. Don't you think they were buddies? I'm going to just call him his buddy. Nah, we'll call him just another guy. Another guy comes up. And the two guys start talking, and the one guy's asking him, they're like, this was a conversation about, does size matter? That's what the background was. So see, these aren't the only conversations that we have.
Again, it's
the
about men.
conversation was, no, it wasn't actually about men. We had women come up and talk about body size. It was not about men. There you and your fragility fucking go again.
That's alluding to a man's size.
Bro. Again.
Why would
Again.
I have a question. Why would I, a queer person, care about a man's body part? That is not something that I even want to think about.
It was a general statement.
Why would you? Okay.
It was a general statement. It does size. Oops, I unmuted him on accident. Does size matter? It was just a very general statement. Could be referring to anything. Like, there's a lot of things where size matters. Like, I can't eat one of them supersized Christmas Twix candy bars that like take up the size of a 52-inch TV. Size matters. That's too much. Like, there's other times where size matters, right? But that was the background. And so these two guys were talking, and the one guy is
Hey,
talking to
Grammy.
the other guy about if he gets laid or whatever.
Grammy.
Yes.
I need to step in real quick because I need everybody on the panel to include friendlies and not so friendlies. I need them to understand that I was just told by one slow 318 to watch my back. So again,
screenshot
when
that.
white women tears get men to threaten to unalive other people, that is the example I'm making. Please continue, Grammy.
Hang on, I want to make sure we screenshot that and their profile. Hang on.
No, send me that. Get that to me. Get as much
And
info as you can.
I
Did you
need the
get
men
it?
to understand that Leanne said we came for her first, but we wouldn't have even known that Leanne was here if she hadn't commented in the live first. And she commented a lot before any of us responded back to her. So I need you to understand that's what we're talking about. In all seriousness and for realness, that's what we're talking about.
And guys like that aren't usually kidding around either. Like, there are men out there who will come after people just on the words of a, boo-hoo. That's all it takes.
Sure.
Right, so
I don't condone any of
carry
that.
carry
Okay.
on, Grammy. Finish what you were saying.
So the guys are talking, and the one guy's asking the other guy if he, gets laid.
Hey, real quick, sorry. I hate
go
to
ahead.
disrespect Joe and interrupt Melanated, but he also threatened. He said that I won't be lying, laughing when I'm lying in blood. But you didn't say whose, so I'll probably slip in yours after you attempt to harm me. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And please know that I understand what makes the green grass grow.
Run it, like, you know what I'm saying? You really think like you really think that like I haven't been threatened before, and like you really please, you know what I mean? Please.
You shot it, Blake, because I don't see it. Because I'm trying to find it, screenshot it, and I'm not seeing it. Did you get it? Okay, as long as you got it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I got that. You know what I mean?
I'll send you these, and then you send me that. And that way we both have a copy.
Yeah, yeah. FBI. You know what I'm saying? They love that. And I think that's like a hate crime too. Real talk. I honestly, I'm low key, I'm afraid for my life and my safety. And I think an investigation is needed. And because I do feel so afraid, I'm gonna drop and try to
I
secure
think
my
that's a very good idea. Yes. Yes. And if you need anything from us at all, Blake, let us know. We absolutely support you.
Absolutely.
See, the poor man can't even come into a live without being threatened.
Right.
I hope that something's done about that.
Right. Right. Finish what you were saying.
Oh yeah. So he's asking the one guy about getting laid or whatever, and the guy's like, yeah, and he's like, so do you just do it like in missionary position, or what do you do? And the guy's like, well, I just climb on top and start, like going at it. And he's like, well, do you go slow? Do you go fast? And he's like, I don't know, I just go fast. And the guy's like, you just go fast from the start? And he's like, well, yeah, I just climb up there and just start like pounding it. And we're like, what? Like, you just like no foreplay, no like lube or something. Like, you just climb up there and like ching, like a jackrabbit. And he's like, well, yeah. We picked the bear, and that's all.
I know what the lady's like.
I'm telling you. I know. I'm telling you.
I'm sorry. No, it's not what he said. It's the timing. That's why I'm laughing.
I know why you're laughing. I know why.
So, men on the panel.
Concerned disorder does not understand what picking the bear has to do with that. Really? Do you just climb on top and go at it like a jackrabbit concerned disorder? How many men are out there doing this?
Oh Lord. Right, I feel like this is a good time to let people up.
Hello.
Right, who was that?
Kill all the faggots. Kill all the faggots.
Oh my
Yeah, your
God.
mama.
Are you projecting? Who
I
said
think
that?
so.
Kill all the Jews. Kill all the Jews.
He's about 8, and that's probably one of his parents'
Go
accounts.
to bed, bro.
They're probably going to be really mad when the second name says, "I'm a certified racist." That's what his thing said. The second one.
Yo.
F1 in the chat, y'all, because sheesh.
I wanted to talk about the title. Why does it say YT? What does that mean? White man? So fragile? Why would you say that? No, you scroll on this app, I'm 21. Everything I look at is nothing and no type of my benefits or nothing going on. And then they don't want to talk about mental health issues, but they want to ask why we so fragile. Bro.
Actually, I also talk about mental health issues. I just chose not to tonight.
Do you ever feel
Yeah, no
like
mental
a
health issues, no
plastic
drug
bag?
abuse issues, nothing, no drinking issues. But then why are we just so fragile?
Ready to start
Like
again?
everything's just so easy, and then we gotta be solved. Like,
Do you ever feel
everybody's
like
fragile.
paper thin?
Tim, if you do not stop
Yeah,
unmuting, you will be dropped.
Yeah, there's like people waiting.
We do
Just
not have
like a
time to
house of
jack
cards.
around anymore. Stop unmuting and wait your turn to talk to the host, or you're going to get dropped. We're done screwing around with the bullshit.
Hey, Liam, how's the host racist?
Yeah, hello.
and I know the Jackrabbit funny is crazy. Yeah, no way. Who'd be doing that? I hopped on testosterone and trim. Sometimes it's too much. It's too intense.
Oh, and Grammy, didn't he say that he makes his girlfriend come every time?
Yeah, but we all know that's not true. Dayton, don't talk till the host is ready to talk to you, please. Yeah, but we know that's not true, Melanated, because like
Okay,
I know men who've been, who are well seasoned, and they can't do it every time.
Hello.
Plus, we know men don't get good at sex till they're at least around 30.
That's gonna make Dayton unmute now. Watch.
Who's he gonna cape for this time?
Raj, what are your thoughts?
On what exactly?
On either what we were just talking about or the background?
Well,
We
the
talked to
background
Raj
is
the other night, didn't we?
I don't know. I mean, I understand you're just trying to kind of just generate a good topic for it'll get the conversation going. Everybody's fragile.
Didn't we talk to him the other night?
Everybody's fragile. Yeah, I was in here before. Everybody's fragile.
I have a hard time keeping them straight. That's why I was asking. I knew the name.
Okay.
Billy, I'm going to mute you, or Bill, stay muted until it's your turn.
All right.
So yeah, everyone's fragile. It's some people are maybe a little bit less, visible about it, visibly fragile. You know what I mean? But we all have our times. You know what I mean? People are we're one of a kind and we're unique, but we're more similar than we are different. That's what I think.
Okay. Bill,
Yeah.
your thoughts?
What makes somebody white? Like, I don't know. Yo, hello.
It's definitely just the lightness of your skin because even if you pull up, nobody even cares to see what percentage you are. But I'm like Norwegian, Italian. It's like a mix of all different type of white people.
Oh, okay. All right. Does weight matter?
So, are all Norwegians white?
No, that's what I'm asking. Like, what makes somebody white?
So, I was asking, what's his name? Hayden? Are all Norwegians white?
But like my last name's DiGiacomo, and that's Italian.
I
So
don't think you should do that. Don't dox yourself on here.
not glazing myself.
People in the comments doing unaliving threats, so just please don't do
No,
that.
you can look me up. I did. You can see my PPR report reports
So
on
what I'm
Facebook.
telling you is good grief. So listen, please. What I'm trying to say is that there are black Norwegians and white Norwegians. There are black Irish people and white Irish people. I'm trying
Yeah,
to
we're
answer.
all colored citizens.
Listen, I am trying to answer the man's question. Is it so hard to stay muted? You literally asked a question and I'm trying to answer it. Shut the fuck up. Good God. So when we look at different ethnicities, white and black people, there can be Asian, Irish people, there can be all sorts because those are ethnicities. So when we look at the races, and I'd actually like Grammy to take over this part because she explains what those races are amazingly. And there are only 5 of them in the United States.
In the United States, there are 5 recognized races: black, white, Asian, indigenous, which would be Native, what most people consider Native American, and then Pacific Islander. You must fit into one of those 5 categories. So if you're not black, you're not Asian, you're not Pacific Islander, and you're not indigenous, then you're white. Mexican's not a race, Puerto Rican's not a race. Those things are not races. Those are ethnicities. Race is based on what people see when they look at you. That's your race. It's based on phenotype, skin color, hair color and texture, eye shape, things like that.
So I'm not Mexican?
I mean, you can be Mexican, but that's not your race. That would be it would be a nationality.
Because somebody told me
You can be black and be from Mexico. You
Oh,
can
wait,
be
hold on.
white and be from Mexico. You could be indigenous and be from Mexico.
No, because somebody told me for you to be white, your parents have to be American.
No, it doesn't matter where you're from. When you're in this country, what people see is what you are. In this country, that's the only thing that matters.
No, and let
In
me
this country, what you see, what people see is what you are. Sorry, Silver.
Oh, no, that's okay. I was trying to kind of add on before Dayton spoke again, because there are white people in Europe, all right? I'm European white. When I explain, because I'm Irish, Scottish, and European is where my family came from. So that's my ethnicity, but I'm white. And there are white people in Europe. There are white people all over the world, North Africa. So when we look at that, it's the United States that began those categories here. That's why we have 5, okay? Now we're able to pick our race based on what we present as Grammy was saying, but the United States used to pick the race for us, okay? So that's why we need to start understanding, again, and the majority of you seem young, the entirety of what you're learning in your education system was created by the Daughters of Confederacy. And today, that's the Moms of Liberty. They write all of your school books, every subject you've ever learned. And that's why talking about race right now is really fucking confusing, because they really didn't talk to you about it.
So I'm Bosnian, half Nigerian, half Scottish, half Indian.
How are you like 4 halves?
I
And
don't
those
know.
are not races. Those are ethnicities. There's a difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality.
And it's probably better to do
Race.
your own personal like
Oh,
genealogy.
Dayton, mind your own business. No one is talking to you. It is
Yeah, but to
not
figure
your
out your own
turn.
personal
If you
genealogy
do,
is
I'm
quite
done.
first.
I'm done with you, Dayton.
Okay.
The host can bring you up when I'm done
You're my boy.
explaining to him. There are race, ethnicity, and nationality are three different things. Race is what people see when they look at you. Ethnicity is what you're made up of, what your parents are, what your grandparents are, all of that culture and history. And then nationality is where you come from.
Oh,
Very
okay.
easy. Race, ethnicity, and nationality. You can be indigenous to Mexico and be indigenous. You can be black and be from Mexico. You can be white and be from Mexico. So race would be white, nationality would be Mexican. Race would be black, nationality would be Mexican. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I'm white, I guess.
It sucks, but probably so.
Welcome to the club.
But am I American?
I don't know, are you?
That would be your nationality. I mean, I don't think you could be, well, I guess you could, but are you?
I'm both.
You wouldn't know that. Your nationality isn't determined by what people see. Your ethnicity is not determined by what people see.
No, I'm both.
Those things are, people wouldn't know until you tell them.
Yeah, I'm both.
Well, there you go. Then why'd you ask us?
I don't know. Yeah, does weight matter? That's my other question.
Weight?
Are y'all seriously trying to change the topic?
It got boring, so.
I have a topic you could change it to when you're ready, but they're not going to like it any better.
Yeah, does weight matter?
Send it to me on Discord.
It's still up here. I got to type it out still.
Does weight matter?
Weight? Are you saying weight? Like weight?
Yeah, like pounds.
Well, it depends what you're talking about.
I don't know. Anything.
Like size, does size matter? Depends on what you're talking about, right?
It depends on like pieces, like if you get a big piece of pizza, I think it depends. Or you get a big piece size of a hamburger. You know what I'm saying?
So why don't you just spit it out? Whatever it is you are trying to say, can you just spit it out?
Yeah, does weight matter?
In regards to what? Pizza? I like a
Here's where it's at.
I'd go with size over weight if I'm worried about pizza.
Ooh, yeah,
I don't want a big heavy piece of pizza. I want like a big ass piece of pizza.
But if it has a lot of cheese,
I'd be okay with a curvy piece of pizza.
If it has too much cheese, I'm going to recommend
Don't be
washing
weird,
with a
Antonio.
washcloth because it's not gay to touch a butthole.
You said white cloth?
Washcloth.
Washcloth?
He probably doesn't know what those are.
Yeah, with a washcloth.
That's a
And you won't
towel.
have more cheese.
A washcloth?
Right. If we don't get back on track in the next 10 seconds, I'm going to change the topic and you won't like it.
Change it. I don't care. I like any topic.
All this yapping that Hopeless has been doing for the last 5 hours, and he still doesn't understand the difference between race and ethnicity.
No, I get it now.
I didn't
No,
know the
not
big
you,
box was
Hopeless, in the
fixed.
comments. 5 hours.
What's the new topic?
Kurt says that no one's going to get mad at the topic.
What y'all think of Call of Duty Season 5?
What? Which one?
Season 5.
You guys? Like,
Oh, I can't get with the seasons.
I don't care about the new one coming out because I'm still stuck on Call of Duty Zombies 2. Like, that's my favorite. And then Ghost.
Black Ops 2.
Oh, yes, Black Ops 2. And then
Hopeless,
Ghost.
you've been loud and wrong for the last 5 hours.
Ghost.
And the fact that you've been sitting here for that long is really sad.
Antonio, please stop unmuting. The host has not addressed you yet.
Go.
Where'd he go? I didn't do that. That was not me. So it was not me. I promise it wasn't
That was me.
Okay. I just didn't want you to think
Not
it was
sorry.
me.
Did you notice that John dropped so that we don't hear him like fall asleep because then he'll start snoring again?
No, because we can mute him. He's not on his own live. We can mute him in these boxes. We can mute you up here, buddy. Here's the one where you can fall asleep.
Hello, guys. I just got one question before I head out. What is a YouTube male? What is a YouTube male?
It's when these
Anybody
black
else hear
bus
Beavis and
fighters.
Butthead when that guy talked? Because that's all I heard in my head was Beavis and Butthead.
All right, guys. Got to scram.
Have a nice night.
Oh God! Now you're saying white people do not experience racism.
I was just
You
about to
don't.
say.
Oh God!
Leanne, you're still a racist.
What? Me?
No, current baby Leanne, who's still here a half an hour later crying.
Let Leanne up. I like her.
Dylan, you don't want to be like Leanne, I promise. I think there's still hope for you, Dylan. And I don't say that often. I think you're young. I think there could possibly still be hope for you, maybe. I know you think she's funny. I know you think it's all funny. But I think later on when you lay in your bed and you
Yep, I should be ashamed to be
think
white.
about it, I think that maybe you'll have a little bit of time to think on some of this stuff more, and hopefully it will sink in a bit.
And Dylan,
Okay, Leanne, you were microaggressive multiple times. And then you also said that you were told that you were a racist in the other live. And I'm willing to bet that it wasn't because you like Eminem.
Y'all know that I was in an Eminem live? What?
Like, we don't care. You're white. We don't care.
I care.
Hey, and Dylan.
Why are the two of you trying to center yourselves when the host is trying to talk to someone else? It speaks to that male fragility we were talking about.
No, literally, I thought you were talking about me because I literally was in a Eminem live. There was this black woman who had a post and she said, Eminem is not a top 25 rapper.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh
You know
my
that?
So how
God.
did that live go? Tell us about that live.
Everybody was roasting her.
Oh yeah, I doubt that. I think maybe the racists were trying hard but not getting
No,
it.
how could you say that? How could you say Eminem is not a top 25 rapper?
This is not.
What?
Hey, I'd watch it. That
Good,
person
but,
that
like-
you're talking about, the host, is actually a moderator in here.
Real? I don't know. It could be a different person.
No, it's
It's
not.
not.
What?
Like, you realize that's how your algorithm works, and that's how we always know who you guys are. Not to give away the plot here, but like, you understand, your algorithm takes you to all of us.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think you're fooling people, but you guys really aren't, especially those of you who run in groups. Like, we're not dumb. We keep track. We've got your voices. We can play your voices. We can match your voices. All you're doing is giving all of us content. So
I
keep
mean,
it up.
it just doesn't make any sense. You can't say that Eminem isn't a top 25 rapper when most people can't even like name 25 rappers
Anybody
off the
said
dome.
that yet?
That just seems a little racist to me. How can you not call that racist just
How
because
is it
Eminem's white?
racist? Because he's not in the top 25. How's that racist?
How when he's the best-selling rap artist?
Says who?
It's facts. Go look it up.
According to who?
Of all time,
Says
in
who?
the charts, he sold the most albums or whatever.
But that
because
doesn't
of white
mean that doesn't
supremacy.
mean yeah,
Oh,
it
come
doesn't
on.
mean anything.
See, we're talking. See,
But
we
okay,
all
okay,
know
fair
exactly
enough,
who
fair
you're
enough. That's
speaking
fine.
about.
If you want to say that, that's fine. But I mean, how
And
can you say
also,
he's
the
not even
post,
top 25? He's not
the
even
live
the
also
24th best.
said, yeah, I don't know why you're over talking me again. You're getting excited.
We've got a that's just your opinion in the comments. If
Oh,
anybody
that's
has.
a bingo space.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
I could easily think of 25 rappers that are better than him.
Do it right now.
Can I?
Name one.
Name
You can't. You're not
one?
even naming one though. Like, what's crazy is you're
You
not
keep
even naming one
interrupting.
rapper. Oh,
Do you know that many of us up here, I would suggest all of us, except for the two of you, have probably been listening to rap longer than you've been alive? Do you know that? Go ahead, John.
I mean, easily there's 25 that are better than him, but he doesn't. You got to understand, that's not. He appropriated the culture, and he doesn't. People don't identify with him. Like, it's not. You're not gonna. I don't know. I never thought of him as a top 25 rapper. Like, he's a white kid who talks about, doing drugs and, unaliving his mother and his, like, it's just weird shit. Like, that's not something that is, it doesn't identify with the culture at all. It doesn't identify with hip hop at all. That's why Pizza's saying that. It just doesn't. It's weird. He's a gimmicky rapper. He's a gimmick. That's all he is. I mean, could he put he could put words together well and all that other stuff and has a nice flow, but he's not a top 25 rapper. He's just not. Like, it's not.
but like you can even name 25 rappers right now.
Oh God, 2:19 in the morning. Sure, let's do this. Ice Cube, KRS-One, Redman, Method Man, ODB. Well, let's see. Jesus, Eric Sermon, Parrish Smith. Fuck. Nah. God damn it. Okay, there's what, 7? Let me think. Easy E.
You gotta at least get him out of the top 10.
Easy E is better than him. Easy E was better than him. I said KRS-One already. Hello, Cool J. There's 10. There's so many more rappers, dude, that are better than that guy. Yeah, Chuck D, Dr. Dre. So many. Snoop Dogg. There's so many rappers that are better than him. That's part of the appeal of.
I mean, so you said Eminem just talks about unaliving his mother, and what else did you say? What else does he rap about?
And his ex-wife.
Doing drugs.
Eminem got famous because he was a mediocre rapper who was white, and because he was white, he got famous. Very simple, because a whole crap ton of white kids, were just like, oh my God, look at this white guy who can rap. He didn't even have to be good.
And because he grew up.
I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying he didn't even have to be good. Like,
Y'all not gonna like this, but when you're white, you can get away with being mediocre. Look at
Exactly.
Taylor Swift.
It's not even. So there's many good people of color that are better than Taylor Swift, but yet because of her skin tone, she's being praised.
Exactly.
It all goes back to initially when the media started. They started putting white saviors, whether it's Pocahontas and whatnot, and then our mind started like kind of telling us, hey, we need a white savior. But now as we get older and understand things, we don't need this white savior no more, not even Eminem.
I think, yeah, I agree with this comment. I think he's just good. I think he was just good. Like,
He's okay.
Vanilla
not
Ice.
good. He's
Vanilla
okay.
Ice was before him, I think. And what happened to
Vanilla
him?
Ice lied about where he came from. Vanilla Ice was a liar. Talk about appropriating the culture. He tried to claim that he was.
I'm pretty sure he got like canceled, didn't he?
He got canceled because he was a rich white kid.
Where did he claim to be from?
But Eminem didn't though.
No,
But he has
didn't.
no talent, no skill. He's not even top 25. That just seems a little racist.
I didn't say he was no talent and no skill. He's just not top 25. I've been listening to rap since the mid 80s.
So white
when it
people
first-
get famous by just using a little slur, you know, like, oh, how what's that girl called that did the glug thing? Where the whole Hawk Tua? It was just something minuscular, and now she's getting deals for what? For saying one term, or catch me outside. These are just minuscule things that they're getting famous for. It's ridiculous.
Yep. Vanilla Ice lied. He got called out, and that was the end of his career. He knew what he was doing. They pushed him. They wanted a white rapper because they knew that would sell records. That's all that was. And when he got exposed, because I remember Queen Latifah being on Yo MTV Raps and calling him out and saying that he lied about where he came from, like when it all came out. I remember watching that. And he got called out, and that was it.
Think about his rap; it was repetitive. So when you know that you know this certain like lyrics or the verbiage of how you're gonna say it, like how he said it, it was just like repetitive. People that do actual rap or lyrics or what's it called poetry, they have different terms, words, and whatnot. They could mix everything up, and it makes sense.
I don't know. It's what Elvis Presley did. He took black men style. He took the hip shake, all that stuff, and then all of a sudden, he blew up big time. It's the same thing with Eminem. Appropriating someone's culture, appropriating black culture, taking it and making it his own when it's not.
But I don't think he took it and made it his own. He just expanded on
stole
it.
it. Even his movie that came out recently said that he stole everything from black culture.
So you don't think Eminem, I don't know, he was actually kind of going against racism? You don't think that? You think he was actually helping, influence more racism? Instead of,
So his rap was negative as well. Let's talk about this. Rap was not negative before, 1990s. Rap was kind of like going against, those above you. Then it changed to criminal stuff and, hey, let's bang, bang, gangster rap and whatnot. It changed to create, so privatized, what's it called? Jails were created afterwards to, you know this.
He was a gimmick. He was the great white hype. White people wanted to see a white rapper. That's all.
So he had no lyrical skill or complexity.
say he wasn't
no
good.
wordplay and rhymes.
I
No
didn't say-
storytelling.
No
No,
one
let's
has
see.
said that.
I'm not saying
Right,
he's
no,
not
but
good.
I'm
He's
just making
not
my
top
point.
25.
I'm just making my point. I don't know. These are the things that I feel like you can't.
You also have to understand we come from a different time frame where the music was a little bit different also, right? So for us, anything that's, Gen Xers like their Gen X music.
Dylan,
And
can
that
I
guy-
ask you something? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, John.
No, and that guy is just not top 25. If I'm listening to hip hop, like I said, it was gimmicky. It was fun and gimmicky, but You know, it's just not. It's just if I'm thinking of putting on something, it's just not him. Like if a song comes on, like whatever on my phone, and looking through music. I mean, I may play it, but there's not. It's just not.
I'm always gonna go to old school
Mm-hmm.
So
rap
Eminem only trashes
far
people
before I will
that are
Eminem.
smaller than him. He attacks women. He attacks people that are like what was it? Michael Jackson. He attacked people that are not even like they're not gonna go over to his house and hurt him. That's who he attacks with the straps.
Hopeless, I don't know if you were not listening. Gen X and boomers are not the same thing. Boomers are the parents of Gen X. Gen X and boomers are not the same thing. And I'm pretty sure, did I misspeak? I'm pretty sure I called us Gen Xers.
Dylan, could I ask you a question? Like,
Yeah.
you seem to have a problem anytime we say something bad, whether it's against white people as a whole and what we've done in this country, or whether it's against Eminem. If we say something that isn't uplifting and great about him, you think that means like you thought Eminem, that we don't think he's bad, we think he's good, but we don't think he's top 25. But every time we say that, you equate it to bad. Every time we say something about whiteness, you equate it that we think the whole is bad. Do you understand that that's not true, right? You can do bad things or be whatever, or take ridicule, take accountability, and still be good at what you do.
Yeah, sure. So what is that saying? Okay, I mean,
No, I
like,
don't know. I was just curious about it, like how you feel about it. Why does your mind always do that?
I mean, to me, like, I just get defensive about saying Eminem's not a top 25 rapper because, I
But you
mean,
also got defensive earlier, and it's kind of the same thing. And so I'm trying to see maybe if you'll do some self-reflecting. Why is anytime somebody speaks in that way, you always have to get
what
defensive?
way?
That like one good rapper and you're being defensive about it.
You're saying, you're
Because
literally accusing people of being racist.
I am not. I am
You
not.
did,
I
Dylan.
just,
Stop. Hold still. Hold
no,
still.
I never
Hold
said you were
still,
racist for
Dylan.
it. I just,
You said, don't you think,
I
Dylan,
think
I'm
black
going to
people can be
repeat.
really racist.
Stop.
Oh,
Really
for
hang
God's
tight.
sake.
Really hang tight, guys. Dylan, you said, don't you think it's kind of racist to say that Eminem isn't in the top 25? I wrote it down, Dylan. That came out of
okay,
your
yeah, I did.
mouth,
I
Black
did
okay?
say
people
that
are
because,
really
okay,
So,
racist.
so there,
Dylan,
name
you
a
get to
one white
this,
guy that raps in top
but
25.
Dylan,
Not,
calm
not
down.
there, right? And it's
Calm
not
down.
because of
Beastie
that.
Boys.
It has nothing to
Dylan,
do
Calm
with
down,
that.
stop,
Dylan.
Dylan.
It's
What?
okay, Dylan.
I
It's
needed you.
okay.
I want you to hear Silver. Listen.
All
Listen.
right? Because I'm trying to help you see where in yourself there might be some room to work, okay? You literally said people are racist for not believing, and we just think that he culturally appropriated everything he got. And just like John Brown said, the things that he raps about are weird white people shit. And so no, as a whole, he's not
So
great
you
at
just
what
hate
he,
white people.
oh,
You're
outlaw.
racist against white
Wait, who
people.
is
Who
she? Let's
said
look at
that?
her.
Dylan.
Why are you saying that
Sit tight,
she's
Dylan.
hateful towards who she is? She's actually
You
trying to
probably
like
hate
give you some
yourself.
knowledge.
Golly, it's weird that I don't.
Let's try to. Let's let this one at a time. Let Silver finish this conversation with Dylan because they've got a bit of a rapport, and I think that that's important. Don't you, Melanated, or no? Do you want somebody else? I don't know. I want that guy to quit unmuting.
Sorry, I did not understand a word you said.
Sorry, I'm trying to choke back this snot.
Emmy. So for the comment down there, Jordan Straub, way to put your whole government name on your TikTok. You probably shouldn't do that. But yes, I'm a white woman in America. I'm 100% inherently racist. 100%. But I also
You
strive
hate your
every
own
day.
kind.
I also strive every day to be actively anti-racist.
You're a fucking lunatic.
You're a lunatic. How is calling out racism? How is that she hates her own kind? No, there's a difference between white people and
Maybe we should just
racism.
send black
Can I
people
finish
back to
talking before you
Africa
cut me off?
so
There's a
they don't
difference
complain
between
about racism anymore?
Dude,
That's
there's a
another
difference
bingo
between
Can we
space.
send you back to it, Outlaw? I'm
there's
indigenous.
difference
Nah, I
Can we
like
send
it
Outlaw?
here. I
Can we
love
send you
this
back too? Because
country.
I
I
think we need
love white people.
we
I
need
love
a shipping
Trump.
for people
Of
like
course you do. You
to
have white privilege.
get back out there because we don't want you here either.
I don't want you here.
I'm
Fucking
indigenous.
she-boom.
Tell me, you came to my land. I didn't come to
You're a
yours.
she-boom.
We
I
can't.
didn't come to your land. You
We,
came to
we
mine.
conquered your
So I think
land.
we need
Cry
to
about
Outlaw,
it.
I'm going to
What?
drop you
I'm
because you are
5%
being
Cherokee.
the
5%.
So I
most
can
All right,
talk
princess.
shit.
All right, princess.
All
$5
right,
Did you
all
princess.
right.
call her a racial epithet?
Yes, he did.
Cry, she-boom.
There it is
Goodbye.
again.
$5 princess.
There's that racism.
Bye, she-boom.
Scumbag.
Nigger.
There we go. There we go.
There
There
it
it is.
is.
It always comes out. And then they go, we're not racist. We should all just get along. We all bleed red. What's the problem? Because of motherfuckers like that who do that every time. They always do that shit. I host lives to deconstruct racism and white supremacy. There's always, almost all the time, there's white people that come up and do that. And that is the fragility of white men.
Thing is, I didn't even curse at him, but yet at the end, he just went all ham, cursing and call me by my name, whatever, because he cannot stand the fact that he's being called out.
Fragile white man.
Fragile.
Fragile. Yeah, Eminem is not top 25. I could take 25 rappers from the 80s. No, that's just not. No. And when I think of hip hop, I don't think of Eminem. Like I said, to me, it's a gimmicky thing. It's a niche,
Definitely a niche.
So hip hop culture is part of black culture. Do you think, black people want to listen to a guy talking about taking D rugs and unaliving their mom and taking them to the ocean and that's just weird shit. You've never heard that
It's
in hip hop.
psychotic, we have to think about it. It's very psychotic.
That. You generalize what he raps about.
One at a time.
Like that's not all he raps about. That's not all he talks about.
Rap about something that he said positive, some positivity in his raps.
Just about his struggles. I mean, you could say that
We all have struggles, but what else?
What are positive things? Ooh, that's tough. I mean,
all about hurting women. Let's talk about that.
It's not.
Actually raps about positive stuff though.
Well, okay, name something. A lyric, that he said.
All rappers rap about drugs and violence and many women and
Not like he does.
Yeah,
Not
it's
the way
definitely.
he talks about his mom and his ex-wife and all that kind of weird stuff. No.
Empowerment
not
songs
quite
like
that.
Mockingbird reflect his dedication to his daughter and his determination to provide a better life for her.
exactly.
Do you think that Eminem
Not
doesn't
afraid,
that-
lose yourself.
Wait a minute, Dylan. Do you think that Eminem doesn't recognize his white privilege or believe that he is racist? Because I'm pretty sure at his age, I would
What
hope and
privilege?
think that he has
Yeah, he
come
has, but you know what? He
to
actually
some
flipped
kind
To
it.
of.
uplift your
He did
daughters,
start
Oh
with the
to
my
women.
uplift your daughters, you need to
God.
uplift the
Do
woman
I
too.
really have to start fucking muting people? Because I will. Do you really think that at his age, he has not come to some kind of a realization somewhere along the lines that he has gotten where he is, in part due to his white privilege?
He has a bar talking about that, but and then he has a new bar, and he's like, being white isn't why they put me at 5. It's why they can't put me at 1.
So he's crying about it. That's his fragility.
He
They
had a
can't
rough
put him at
life.
1 because he's not 1.
Lots
Who's
of people
one?
have rough lives. There's lots of people who've had the same exact rough life he has. And on top of that, they were black.
So what privilege did he have that black people didn't have growing up?
He's white.
When did he become
What
rich?
privilege? What privilege did he have?
He has more
Besides his
Grew up
skin
in a
being
trailer
white.
park.
is living rich than it's been poor. There you go.
You guys understand that white privilege and class privilege are not the same.
Yes, so what privilege does a white man have that a black man does not have?
Their skin.
I get it, you're identifying on skin color, but they have no privilege. You have yet to name one
So, for
privilege.
those that are interested in learning about the different levels of oppression, what oppression means, if you go to my link tree in my bio, I think it's the second source. It's the Wheel of Power and Oppression, and it talks about this. A lot of times, just as Grammy said, white men conflate white privilege with, and white women do this too, don't leave us out, believing that white privilege is a financial gain because we exist in the class system, right? Where financial gain does bring us out of those types of living situations because we have that privilege. Okay, that's the class system. That's a financial thing. There's also things like pretty privilege, which I know a lot of guys hate, women, especially in the gamer world, who come on and don't really play games, but it's more about streaming to get the attention because they have pretty privilege. We see that all the time. When we talk about white privilege is not something you can take and put in your pocket. White privilege is that you're going to go through all of those other struggles in the world, but none of your struggles will ever be based on the color of your skin. There is no system in place for you to experience medical racism. The medical books don't treat you as other than human. Okay? The criminal justice system does not treat you as predominantly aggressive because of race somehow being biological, which it isn't. That's the privilege that we're talking about. Of course, you're still going to suffer. I grew up with no electricity and no running water.
You have yet to give one privilege that Eminem had growing up.
He had white privilege.
Give
I
one
just
example.
explained to you what white privilege is.
He had medical privilege. So what medical event did he have?
There you look at the button.
Here's an example of
Just
his white
because you
privilege.
say it doesn't mean it's real.
Oh my God. He got recognized for being a mediocre rapper and got skyrocketed to stardom simply because of his white privilege, because he is white and he could rap mediocrely, like better than most, and I say that like, obviously he's a good, he's good, but like better than most people. And because of that, specifically better than most white guys, because of that white face skyrocketed him right up the charts, because that
makes
put him on
no
TV.
sense.
And then that made all the kids go buy his records because they identified with him and they want to. Don't you remember them all shaving their heads, kind of like them fools who are wearing the things on their ears right now?
Kids bought Biggie and Tupac's albums too. That makes no sense whatsoever. If that's true, then where's all these other successful white rappers?
Not
It's
in the
a
same
black
way for the
dominated
same
field.
reasons.
Absolutely not. He had to work harder.
No, he didn't. Eminem did not have to work harder than any.
So if that's true, white people get promoted. Name 12 white rappers. that are on Eminem's level.
John already did. Just because you weren't here doesn't mean he's going to do
How
it
about
again.
this, Jordan? Jordan, let me make you laugh, Jordan. And if you know Eminem, Reggie, Jay-Z, Tupac, and Biggie, Andre from Outkast, Jay,
They're all
Nas,
black.
and Biggie. So there's 10 of them right there.
They're all
There's
black.
so many rappers that are better than him.
That's your opinion, and I respect that. I'm saying he's top 10, absolutely, but you're saying he's not, and that's fine. But name 10 white rappers that are even close to Eminem because of his white privilege. No one can.
Huh?
I do agree. Like, I feel like Eminem did have to work harder just to break through. Like, just because he was white. I feel like that's actually one of the examples where you can't actually use white privilege. I feel like it'd be harder to break through, especially when there wasn't white rappers like that. Like, he was the first white rapper besides Vanilla.
And then what happened? How many records has he sold? But that doesn't mean you're good.
Eminem, he has the most of any rap
Right.
artist.
But that doesn't mean there's people in hip hop that are icons. And just
You're
because
right.
they didn't sell the same amount of records doesn't mean they're not icons. I just don't.
Good sales don't.
I mean, honestly,
I feel like
I
it's
don't think it-
disrespectful.
So I think it's funny because when we look at the population of the white race and when we look at the breakdown of albums sold, if we were to break it down by race, we know hands down that Eminem is going to have the entirety of the white tea community that even listens to rap behind him. And when we look at the other rappers, they aren't looked at that way because they're not white. So it's not like those people, all of Eminem's fans, like all of hip hop. Most of them only like Eminem because he's white and does it.
That's false. Have you ever been to a Drake concert? Majority of people are white. All these black rappers, majority of people are there are white.
Because the majority of the United States is white.
Yeah, but
Which
under
can
your
lead to
theory,
a
it
lot
should
of
be
the
all
points
black
that you
people.
made. The simple fact that there's majority white people that live here.
But do you think that he is like a symbol of hip hop culture? Again, like what he raps about.
Top 10, yes. But like, I mean, like, dude, you probably think that I'm like, oh yeah, Eminem's number one. I can't like sit there and say that. But to be like, oh, he's
You
not
said
even
people
top
were
25.
racist. You called everybody who thinks he's not in the top 25 racist. So I don't know. I think that you
sound a little racist.
hard for. Yeah, I think you cape pretty hard for that, man. You're
really?
literally willing to call people racist for not liking him.
No, it's just like, it's the fact that you just say it because he's white. That's the only reason.
No, it's not because he's white. It's because we truly do not think he is a top 25 or top whatever.
But then you
rapper.
can't even name 25
Like,
rappers. You'd be like, okay, well, let me look it up real quick and let me find
John,
25
if
people.
I sat here long enough, I certainly could. It would just take me a few minutes because I'm nearly 50 fucking years old, bro.
You said he got promoted and he went to the top of the charts because he was white. So if that's true, where's all these other white rappers? You can't even name 5.
The point is because
That point makes
he
absolutely
is,
no sense. Sorry,
they're
Grammy.
not listening. They're not.
Yeah, Jordan, your point makes absolutely no fucking sense. The truth of the matter is that Eminem in Detroit, he was something of a novelty because he was a white boy from 8 Mile. Okay, he was a white boy on 8 Mile who had a particular brand of putting together his rhymes, and the whole culture in there was just like, hey, check white boy out, and Dre walked him through the door. That's the truth. Sit down.
You don't think he had any skill? You don't think he's a once-in-a-generation talent?
No, once in a generation. No.
So you don't think people were racist to Eminem, like just thinking that he shouldn't even be able to rap because he's white?
I gotta explain something to you, Dylan. Maybe we haven't covered this already, but you do realize that nobody can be racist to Eminem. because nobody can be racist to white people.
That's false. Why do you keep spreading false narratives?
Do you not know how racism works?
So
You
it's
don't
not
understand how it
racist to
works.
just for a black person to
I
be like,
do
nah, I don't even
understand
want
how
you on here,
racism
rap
works.
battle.
You don't
Black
understand how it works at
people
all.
cannot be racist. That's not how the
They
racial
can.
hierarchy.
All
No,
racists
they
can be
can't.
racist.
Oh my God. No, they can't. And you clearly don't know what the hell you're talking. Somebody get the button. 'Cause I don't
So
have the
I
energy.
need the three of you, Jordan, Dylan, and G, to realize that less than an hour ago, we had to explain to you what race is in the United States because you didn't fucking know. But
You
now
don't
you're
need to
going to
explain
sit on. I'm
anything.
sorry, don't talk over me. I'm not here for that. I haven't
Don't
spoken
say
over
false
any of
law.
you. I haven't
Don't say
spoken over
false
any of
things.
you. I haven't spoken over any of you, Jordan. Please stop. So listen.
I don't lie like
All
you
right.
lie.
You're going to be
Oh,
muted is what's going to happen.
there it
Oh my
is. I
gosh.
know. I know. But we had to explain to you what race is less than an hour ago. And you want to tell us that you know what racism is when an hour ago you didn't know what race was.
Can I
don't know what
say something
racism
real
is.
quick? You know, look at Eminem's very first song. Do you think like part of hip hop culture was coming out of
Sorry,
the song?
John. I'm going to drop you if you keep freaking unmuting. And I'm not kidding you.
Damn, I thought for a second she was yelling at me.
You
So
think I'm fucking around?
do you think? Hi, my name is Slim Shady. Do you think
Request.
that was like that
That's
was
not
hip
his
hop
first song.
culture?
That's not his
he's
first song though.
hold on. Hi, my name is wasn't his first song.
No, dude. No.
That was
maybe his
off
first.
his first album. No, his first release wasn't Hi, my name is.
No.
What was his first song that he released?
The first one that I know of is called Infinite.
Off of his first, off of the album when he was with Dre and he got big. Dude,
No,
his
not
first
off that
song on
album.
MTV was Slim Shady. Hi, my name is.
Yeah, no,
That
but
was
that
his-
wasn't his first song.
But that's I'm not talking about like his obscure
When they
shit
got
like
him-
before he got big.
Right.
I'm talking about when he was introduced to the world by Dr. Dre. It was, hi, my name is Slim Shady. Like, do you think that that's like hip hop culture? Like, and then talking about Primus and 9 Inch Nails and sticking his nails through your eyelids. Like, what? It was gimmicky, dude. Right from jump, it was gimmicky. I'm
Mickey,
sorry.
young white boys buy the music because the music industry knows what to feed y'all, so you'll eat it with a spoon and spend your money.
You identified with the angst of a skinny white kid from Detroit. There you go. That's it, man. That's all. That was the appeal. And he's been through hard times, and you could identify with his hard times, but that's classism that you're identifying with, not racism. That's the difference.
So melanated, I hope it was okay. Antonio said that he would give his liver some nonsense, so I told him he should gift you $100 if he wants back on the panel.
I think I bought his first 2 albums, and that was it. Like, okay. I don't know. I just, and then what was on the radio, that's it.
Don't get me wrong, Dylan. Like I like Eminem. I listen to Eminem. But he's not like this amazing rapper that everybody seems to think he is. He literally got lucky. He got lucky, and like John said, or Red said, got walked right through the door because of his privilege.
And the Beastie Boys were better than him. Just saying. Listen to Paul Revere. By she's doing "Fight for Your Right to Party."
But listen to Paul Revere. That's a top 50 song all time. I don't know. I just don't see it. I don't see how he's, again, especially almost being 50. I'm old. I was listening to rap since Run DMC, so I don't see how that guy fits in. You know, just so many different rappers that come to mind.
So, Melanated, are you still there?
Did sleep on us?
Oh, that's not fair. She turned her, or they turned their mic off. I wanted to hear them snore. Shit.
You thought. We're waiting for you to fall asleep so we can unmute you and hear you snore.
What do you care, Silver? I do that every other week. You hear that all the time. I want to hear it. I want to hear Mermaid snore.
I can't make them big or move their sticker.
Okay.
So I guess I don't know. Do you want to? Should we put up a background in one of our backgrounds, or should we end the live, or what should we do?
I would think will the live end on its own?
She could have just stepped away. I don't know.
Yeah,
She
that's
could have fallen asleep.
I mean, we're talking about boring white people shit, so it is pretty boring.
Melanated. I can't breathe. I can't. My nose is starting to hurt.
I'm actually kind of proud of Dylan and GNG for hanging in there through all of that.
I just want to say that I actually think Melanated Pizza is a great name for a pizza place. I would put that up there. That would be a great I would go to that place.
I would too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's killing me.
Poor Grammy. Yeah, and just once again for everybody in the chat, all of the sources, well, except for everything on the Eminem, I ain't got sources on that nonsense. But for all the other stuff that we were talking about throughout the live, the sources are in my link tree. There are further sources to understand racism in the United States and how to deconstruct it. And there's also another section on hate crime that talks about the white supremacist ideology and its movement through the United States, the groups that perpetrate it, and why they are domestic tea groups. So there's lots of fun research stuff, if that's your thing, in the link tree in my bio.
And again, no Eminem in there. None of that
The
nonsense.
comments wants to know if anybody on the panel is black, which I'm not sure why they're worried about that when the topic is about white people and white privilege, right?
Yeah, that. How about this? The 49ers suck. How's that?
I can put up the size matters one. Actually, maybe instead of putting up, maybe I'll make one that just says size matters instead of does size matter.
And Dylan, nobody wants you to feel guilty. Nobody. You know, I heard you, I caught that. You said that earlier. I actually wrote it down. And I hope you know, there's no guilt in me. You know, I did not, you know, I'm not the one that built the foundation of this country, but I recognize that I uphold it and that it benefits me. And I promise to always deconstruct, to begin to tear down within myself the things that those school books taught me. And to begin to stand in all places and hold white people accountable.
Hey, Dylan, I have a question.
Yeah, no, you're good.
So, if my grandfather was racist and my father was racist,
What would you expect me to be? Like what I was learning at home. What would you expect from me?
Yeah, man. I mean, if they were teaching you to be racist, yes. I feel like, I mean, like, if they died and you had like your own experiences and like different people raising you, it's all about like who's raising you, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. They do say though, like it's genetic too. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing.
Wow.
Like, yeah, I don't think it is either. Is it genetic?
So I think he's misunderstanding. I didn't want to interrupt you though, but I think he's misunderstanding inherent versus something that's inherited.
No, dude, I read like a study, like they're saying in DNA. Like, I don't know how, but yeah, I have read that. I don't necessarily believe it.
He may be talking about well, I don't know whatever happened to the research, but I know back when I was in school, they were looking at research. There was a lot of talk about research, how like violence can be like passed down. You know, like
Yeah, generational trauma is a thing.
yeah, like generational trauma, but yeah, generational trauma. That's the words I'm looking for. Thank you, Red. My brain's not working right.
So when we look at the white supremacist ideology, they very heavily push that race is genetic, that race is biological, and that there are differences based on that. And so when we look at that ideology, it's very dangerous to begin to believe that because it's not true. Okay, when we talk about medical racism, when I talk about, that it's really the ideology that the Black community has a lower cognitive brain function. And because of that, they can do all of, they're more animalistic in nature. It's why we have, when we talk about chattel slavery, why it was the most abhorrent form of slavery that there is, because it was dehumanizing and they were treated as less than human. And so when they stepped out of slavery and when the United States did, those ideologies still persisted. And those ideologies are what is dangerous today. What does what mean, GNG?
He's here. He could turn on his mic.
I know. He's just trying to be respectful, I think. He doesn't want to get yelled at.
Oh.
Thank you.
But I
What
mean,
does what mean?
You in the comments you said, what does that mean?
I said, what does that matter to
Oh,
John
matter.
Brown?
Sorry. I said, what does that mean? Sorry, I misread it. I'm tired. Thanks.
it matters greatly, GNG, because it's how America was founded and built, and it's the reason why we're where we're at today.
Me
Right?
being on here at 12 a.m. matters.
It always
What?
matters.
Third,
What do you
you're
always
here
matter?
too. You know you're here too. So what the fuck are you talking about?
That's what I told him. He's not even just here; he's on the panel. I mean, he's
I was
talking
on the
shit.
panel because you guys
You
were
don't know what
bullying people.
anybody's work schedules are. You don't know what anybody does for a living or what times they sleep or don't sleep. You also don't know what countries people are in or what time zones they're even in. So you just sound ridiculous. You really do.
What?
You really truly do.
So is NG white?
I'm gonna guess so. He ain't said no different that I know of.
He's white.
Right. So what's he? So what? So we all see his name, right? What's he doing up here?
Playing in our faces.
I
Yeah.
think the host was ignoring it. I think. I didn't I don't even look at names.
So melanated lets a lot of stuff fly. And
So that we
so
could
we'll
put.
just, yeah, they act like we don't know, you know?
They think they're being cool, getting one by. Little do they know we're just using them.
Gosh, I wanted that money gun.
We got bingos on top of bingos on top of bangos. Are you back?
You're muted.
Yeah, I know. I did that. I stay muted just in case I fall asleep. I don't want people hearing me snore.
Shit.
Like John.
We're still gonna catch you one day. You're gonna do it.
I got you in 4K snoring.
I know you do. Everybody has me in 4K snoring. But we're gonna get you. Maybe. It's easy. I'm old. Why do they all have what? White privilege? Because we're white in America. The system is set up to benefit us as white people. We get the benefit of the doubt. We don't get looked at. We get judged differently in this country. What white supremacists did was they linked criminality to blackness, but not to whiteness. So when a white person commits a crime, it's an individual thing. You know, it's something on that person. But when black people commit a crime, it's a blight on the whole race. That's what white supremacy has done. That's the narrative white supremacy has pushed. You know, and again, for white people so desperately and overwhelmingly white men, they're pushing so bad to say that black people are violent. You know, with the unalivings, again, it's 8,000th of a 1% of black Americans. And that's what you want to claim, like the whole race is? Black people are violent as a whole? You gotta be shitting me. 8,000th of 1%? It's just ignorant. And that's what white supremacy has taught us to do. Vilify and dehumanize black people. We've been doing it for 500 years. So we get this advantage of white privilege.
So GNG, so you're okay with a little bit of racism, but as long as it's not truly racist, it's okay? Because you said, I'm not doing anything truly racist. So is it just racist light? But that's okay, right?
What does that mean, truly racist?
That's what I'd like to know. Truly racist.
No, I just want to know how much racism is okay. Like where's the fill line? You know what I mean? Like a
Well,
dip.
for him,
Can we use a dip? You know, does GN use a dipstick or something? Like how much racism is
he
enough?
does. He does, though. He does. And for him, it is dropping N-bombs. It is overt racism. That's what's racism likely to him. That's what he is thinking of. He's ignoring all of the other things that he sees and hears on a daily basis from the people around him that he just lets go.
And that's the white privilege, thinking that you could decide how much, you know, racism is I'm not truly racist, just a little bit. Like, Jesus Christ. But you come up here because someone had a background that said white men are fragile. Not even all white men. White men are fragile. So imagine this shit that black Americans and other people of color go through in this country. And you want to cry about white men are fragile.
I'm not gonna lie, John. It makes me want to make a background that says all white men are fragile. Because based on what we saw tonight, I mean, it wouldn't be too far off.
And I'm going to say it right out. You know, sorry, John, sorry, Red, but all white men are fragile.
Yeah, there ain't no argument coming from me. I see it. I see it all day long. I hear it all day long.
Dylan was caping.
GN's proving us right now.
Oh, absolutely.
He's so fragile. He's so fragile. He had to come up here and think he was going to be cute and play around.
So what are we gonna do?
Be glad you weren't here earlier, Red, because you would have lost your shit.
Yeah, look, make no mistake. It's like I'm not about a meeting of the minds, right? I'd love to finish what Sherman started. You know what I'm saying? I'm all about that divide. I'm
Thank
all
you,
about
Medusa.
that divide. It's like we will replace you. I will definitely wear that T-shirt.
Thank you, Medusa. So you ask why it matters, and I'll share why it matters to me. So I served in the Army for 8 years. I took an oath to stand against enemies, foreign and domestic. When we look at who the domestic T groups are and what their ideologies are, the FBI stats show that right now, white Christian nationalism is the number one domestic T group, or the number one domestic category of T groups in the United States. All right, and I took an oath to stand against them and their ideology. So mock it all you want. You know, I'm comfortable with being mocked, but that's why I do this.
Same. I took an oath to the idea that all men are created equal, and anything that stands against that is against my oath. So I'm right there with you on that. And that's why I'm like, it's like I don't even want to talk to you. It's like you push that stuff, you live by that stuff, you're an enemy. That's how I see it. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm with Sherman. Just push you all into the sea.
You know, while we sit around here and have lovely little conversations and make lovely little usernames that we know are problematic, there are American lives being lost. And I can't get behind anybody who thinks that's cool.
Oh, did somebody say mean words to GN?
Oh.
Did somebody say mean stuff to GN? Guys?
Oh.
Oh, that was me. I did that, Red.
Now I'm doing it.
I am gonna send you so many coins.
He didn't like being told he needed to go suck on a baby bottle, among other things.
Wow, GN, it looks like you ran smack into the point.
Do not do it, Dylan.
Yeah.
Hella fragile. Don't cape.
Yeah,
Dylan.
Dylan, it's called cowardice.
I'll delete it. I'll delete it before he can even read it. So
Yeah,
don't even
Dylan,
bother.
it's called cowardice, by the way. It's called cowardice, okay?
Make him figure it out on his own, Dylan.
Dylan, don't cape for him.
It's not that hard. He can figure it out.
What's going on? What did Dylan say? What's going on? Did I miss something?
No, GN wants to know how to unmute. That's why they're not talking, because they can't figure out how to unmute. At least that's what I'm understanding.
Fragile and stupid.
Dylan, don't cape for him.
Boo-hoo.
Did you follow me back?
Say again.
Have you followed me back?
Oh, no, we're not doing that.
What? Why? Jeremy, will you
Dylan.
follow me back?
No,
Man.
no, you're trying to get him to follow you back so you can send him a message.
No, I won't. Okay. Yeah, everybody, follow me. Thank you.
Dylan. You're
I
not
followed you back, Dylan.
Look, I am getting sick. Look, my face is red. I have a fever. I think I have a fever. I can see it. It's stuck. It's all stuck here, right there.
Poor Grammy.
Sorry to hear that, Grammy. Feel better.
Them dirty little toddlers.
Yep.
Is that when we say yucky toddlers in the chat?
I wasn't kidding earlier.
Now I know why you said it like that.
Right. That's why. I kept one on Friday night, and then started Saturday night. I started this crap.
Hey, real quick.
Just to veer slightly off topic for a second, but I keep having images of like all the boxes and pallets of like anti-Biden flags and T-shirts and shit, like parked in a warehouse somewhere, a la Raiders of the Lost Ark, right? I keep picturing that shit of all the anti-Biden swag that's never going to get sold, and it just tickles me to death.
Like that they purchased ahead of time. That will never be sold.
I just love it. It's like chef's kiss. All that garbage, all that junk, and all that garbage swag that's just sitting in boxes, and they can't move it now. It's just beautiful.
Oh, this guy in the comments is upset.
Grow the fuck. How do you grow the fuck?
Whoop slap, I don't know how you expect us to know your race when you don't have a profile picture. So we can't tell you if you can be racist unless we know your race. Yeah, that's not a race, bro. You get an F- for the day.
You are a no-go at this station.
No, Joker, you're wrong. That's not how racism works. And if you think I'm wrong, I encourage you to go get a textbook and prove me wrong.
Mexican isn't a race.
Nope. You can be indigenous from Mexico, but Mexican's not a race. It's a nationality. You guys just keep proving you don't know how it works. It is in this country.
Native American and indigenous is a race. Mexican, that's your nationality.
There are 5 races in this country that are, the ones that we are allowed to choose from. Black, white, Asian, indigenous, and Pacific Islander. That's it. Those are the 5 racial categories in this country.
Native American is indigenous.
Hispanic is an ethnicity.
Again, you can be indigenous to Mexico, which would make you indigenous as your race.
Latino is an ethnicity.
God, you guys, seriously.
It is in this country. Yes, it is. That is a race in this country. Indigenous/Native American. Some paperwork will say
No.
Native, some will say Native American, some will say Indigenous. It's just going to depend. Depends on whether you're at a doctor's office versus, probably a Social Security Administration office or something like that, right? Where they're going to use government forms versus forms they've made up themselves.
Don. Don.
Don Brown.
Was that me? Am I? Oh, sorry.
That sure was.
Sorry, I was getting my weed candy out.
Ooh, I got gummies. But I don't think they'll work very good.
I've been gardening for a while.
I need to go garden. I can't breathe. I can't taste it. It don't matter. By tomorrow, I'm sure I'm probably going to have a whole laugh test.
Yeah, but you can still get fucked up.
That's true. I will still get fucked up. Hi, Cabria.
Put you to sleep. Hi, Cabria.
Are you still here, so melanated, or did you fall back to sleep?
We don't know. She's got or they got their mic off. Ugh.
Is GN just up there in the corner, just running around, not able to work his technology? Is that what's going
Yeah,
on?
he's still muted because he cannot figure it out.
That is sad, man. That
I
is.
won't make fun of you, GNG. I'm technically challenged too.
I'm surprised he hasn't dropped yet. I could probably send him. I could probably
He
send
probably
him
can't
a
figure out
request.
how. He probably can't figure out how to drop.
He probably can't.
Oh no.
I could probably send him a request to unmute his mic, but I'm not sure I want to listen to it, to be honest.
Trapped in the app or something, right? He can't get out. He can't find the exit.
You're app trapped. That's what you get.
App trapped.
Like I tell my grandkids, baby karma is a real thing. You got app karma right there. Now you're stuck here and you got to listen to everything we say, and you can't even unmute to interrupt.
It's like we could all leave, and GN will just be stuck there in the corner, just
Oh my god.
Perfect little example of what not to be.
So you don't get app trapped. I'm too tired. I can't do it. Does that say good boing? Wait,
Good boing. Yeah.
Don, do you have a fan on?
I do, is it? Hold on a second.
I love you so much.
Okay, I got it. Is that better?
Yeah. It sounded like you were going to blow away.
I wasn't sure if that was the beginning of your snoring, like you were taking in this big breath.
Who have we made fun of, GNG? Did you not hear the men that came up here and said nasty things to us and made fun of us?
Yeah, here's the issue, GN. Anyone who disagrees is making an argument for racism.
Pretty much.
You get that, right? You get that, right? So screw them.
They don't get that, though.
So everybody that has come up here has actually started off calling us either stupid or other ridiculous stuff. We don't complain about it. We don't care. We just meet you where you are. And in fact, GNG, stuff like that came out of your mouth when you first came up here. But it really doesn't surprise me that you're pulling a Leanne and pretending like you didn't say egregious shit to us when you first came up here. And now you want proof, you're going to gaslight, and you're going to do all of that. But you did. I poke fun at Dylan, but honestly, I think I've had a pretty good conversation with Dylan. And I don't think Dylan really believes anything I say, but at least he was kind of respectful to me.
We will
I
meet
did
you
not
in
Hey,
your.
interrupt
by the
you,
way, let's talk.
except for when you made fun of me.
Oh my God! It only
Oh,
took him 45 fucking
wow.
minutes.
Congratulations, GN. You Googled the answer.
Here.
Good for
Oh, he's
you.
muted again.
Let's also not forget he came up here because he was triggered by the background. Let's all be real.
the
He
the
came up.
background about well, he was triggered by the original background about fragile white men.
Yeah. So it's like you came up fragile. You came up
Right.
fragile and got broke even more.
So what's your question? You got a question? I'm curious. What is it? But I would not be disrespectful because if you are, we're just going to mute you.
No, you don't what? Ask the question.
Unmute and ask the question.
Yeah, I think actually the only time I really made fun of Dylan anyway was when he said that if you don't think Eminem is in the top 25, you're racist. But I think Dylan understands why I'm going to make fun of him for that one.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's not that you're racist, it's just that you're wrong. That's what I should have said.
That's what you should have stuck with, yeah.
Well, and that would have, probably been a little more acceptable. G&G, if you don't come off mute and ask whatever the hell question it is you got, we're just going to drop you because now I'm getting irritated.
He said he asked it a while ago, so I think he got his answer. And then
45 minutes ago when, he couldn't figure out how to unmute?
No, like when they first came up.
Oh.
And by the way, expecting people to remember that's YT privilege. So again, running smack into the point, just stepping on rakes all night long, GN.
There's a new one in the comments, but I don't know if we should let more people up. And I don't know if So Melanated's here. Are you here, So Melanated? So Melanated. What do you guys think?
I think Melanated is down for the
Down for the
yeah.
count?
Yep.
You're trying to change the world, Kyle? How are you trying? I'm curious. How are you trying to change the world?
Kyle's going to give one of us a bingo.
Yeah, I think so too. Somebody peep his profile real quick.
I gotta get up and let the dogs up before I get
Yeah,
too high.
Kyle's a total neckbeard.
Neckbeard. We might have to pass, Kyle.
Changing the world may have to wait.
One more day. Good night, Medusa. I'm not far behind you. I can't keep it
Good
up.
night, Medusa.
Good night. And thank you again.
Good night, Medusa. I'm not far behind you. That was me.
Oh, actually, I got a step too, y'all. It's great talking to you, Grammy. I hope you're feeling better. Yeah. Good night, y'all. I came up for Outlawed. Feeling better.
Night, Red.
All right, Red.
Night, Red. Guys, I think I'm gonna drop. What are your plans? Drop. What are your plans? Drop. What are your plans? What happened? Oh, do the airplane mode, Silver.
Is that really me with the echo?
Do the airplane mode. Yeah, I think it is. We'll see John's plan. Yeah, it actually worked.
That's because I went and looked at that other guy's profile.
Oh, I bet that's why. Yeah, I bet that's why. Shall we call it a night?
Yeah, I'm down. I don't think GNG or Dylan are gonna entertain us anymore.
Oh, in fact, I'm gonna get rid of this guy.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys sticking around.
Let's see.
I don't, but okay. No, I'm just kidding.
Follow us, Dylan, into John's Vibe tomorrow or Wednesday. I think probably
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Dylan, you should follow John.
Yeah, follow John.
Yeah, I think
And
I
set
did.
notifications. Okay.
See, yeah, yeah. I'll see you guys. I'll see you, John. I'll see you, Grammy. I'll see you, Silver.
All right, Dylan.
Peace out, y'all.
Take it easy.
Shout out to the tappers. Thank you, everybody who tapped. Shout out to everyone who stuck it out. I don't know who's left in here, but shout out. Thank you. If So Melanated was awake, I'm pretty sure they would say thank you too. Am I forgetting anything? Free textbooks at openstacks.org. Register to vote. Try to register one friend every day to vote. If we can all get one person every day registered to vote, that's a step. Anybody else got anything?
Nope, I love you guys. Wait, is John sleeping?
No, please not.
Darn. Okay, never mind.
All right, you got anything, John?
Yeah, we need to drop this before I get caught snoring again.
Okay, bye.
Good night.
Good night. I'm gonna disconnect you guys.
I gotta go let the dogs up.
Oh, sorry, John. I'm sorry. Oh, God, I'm sorry. I feel bad. I'm sorry. All right, I'll talk to you later, Silver.
Nice.
So Melanated, when you wake up, your comments are going to be off. I don't know if you'll get more likes, but hopefully you do. You're at 25K right on the nose right now. I'm leaving you with 8 people in here, and hopefully they will help you sleepy tight and have, a good rest. But I'm going to turn your comments off. Shout out to everybody. Thank you for coming. Thank you for tapping. Have a good night. This Grammy is out of here. Bye, everybody.